is Gamer 1745 here with Hearts of Iron 4. I'm playing as Germany. Yes, no big surprise there, I know, but it is back again. I'm just checking the interwebs here to make sure everything seems to be live, working well, good. Good. And Arno is here. Hello, first in, Arno. Good to have you, my good friend. Okay, so I will be talking a bit, not as much as we did a couple of weeks ago, not as much as happened in the last couple of weeks, about the world situation, but that's going to be a bit later. If you are interested in that and watching this later, there's just a couple of people who have showed up so far. We will get into some of that and whatnot. So, and Arno over on YouTube. Yes, I'm live both on YouTube and on Twitch. I should get the Rumble's feedback going. I'm still set up over there, just not set up here. Okay, well, all right. Let's see. We have a research slot available. Okay, I want to get this right. I will be very straight up with all of the community here. I'm not good at memorizing things. So that is a big failure of mine, and something I wish I did much better. So please put that, or please keep that in mind. That's why I'm doing this, Googling something here. Here we go. I'm going to read this English translation of Sun Tzu. He didn't even know, and I don't even know that when, I don't know the exact age period of, and that's another, well, it's memorization as I see it, for being a historian, and I am a historian. Dates are memorization too. So dates, I know, but when was Sun Tzu alive? I could look this up right here. But if England was a thing yet when Sun Tzu was around. But if you know the enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Okay, keep that in mind. Know thyself. That is important. You have to know thyself. And not fear the results of battle. Doesn't mean you're not going to lose, but you're going to know, the likely outcomes, So, is the arms market in your game? I am not sure. You're asking me questions and I'm not sure of the answer, so I don't know. I can look it up in a moment here. Okay, so myself, I've learned that I am an infrastructure player. So, not that I won't be like, and we'll maybe even do this, researching better machine guns and whatnot. Definitely that's important. But looking here at things that we, especially if you're going to do them, you should do them early, not late. Okay. So just know that we're here. Are we going to do large frame bombers? We're Germany. Historically, you would, the required amount of production to create a large frame bomber and large scale of it is just beyond Germany. Oh, Germany could do it, yes, but you know, engine production in and of itself, just producing the engine of the aircraft, is a real bottleneck for Germany. Meaning, they can produce airframes, but the engines themselves, and some of that I think is just Germany overdoing its engine design, but that's another issue. So if you're cranking out, say, 100 engines a month, they're cranking out more than that, but let's just use round numbers here. 100 engines a month. Do you want to put 2 on each airplane to get a medium bomber? Or do you want to put 4 on each airplane so you get half as many planes? They made, now this is slightly different, but this is also an engine bottleneck. They made a lot more Me-262s than they had engines to put on 262s. Now, they needed 2 engines per aircraft, the way it was designed, and the engines were also fairly short-lived in that the metallurgy wouldn't stand up to the heat so well, and harder and harder to get better metal, production going. So they had a lot more airframes than they had engines to put on them. Now, the medium Blitz bomber used the same engines as far as I know, and also just 2 of them. So a little more complicated of an airframe to build. But so try to do a big, large jet bomber. Oh man, that's just going to take a lot more effort. So I don't know that we're going to go down this path. I'm sure Germany could go down the path of designing, and they did design some very big, and produced a few big 4-engine bombers. Maybe not very big, but big. So yeah, we're going to do mechanical computing. So we will do this here now. It'll take not quite a year. All right. I know they added international arms market after I stopped playing the game routinely. I don't know that we have it. I burnt out on Hoi 4 everyone some time ago, a few years ago, and I don't know that I'd have the right DLC for that. I don't have the game updated to current, free standard, but I don't have all the paid DLCs. Now, some paid DLCs are just country flavor details, that kind of stuff added. Some DLCs add features. So I don't think I do right now, Arno, unless somebody watching can post in the chat some button I'm supposed to push to look at it. So no, I don't think I have that, Arno. Okay, so we are currently training up 3 sets of divisions. We are currently stockpiling up trucks, light tanks, or motorized. Obviously, artillery will be used, and infantry equipment will be used in whatever, and support equipment will be used in whatever divisions. And we don't have an extra stockpile of any sort of aircraft. And we have a stockpile of convoys, but we're not producing any. We are trying to clear out our backlog of submarines and ships, and then we will see about maybe producing subs and some convoys. We're going to not plan to do a significant naval campaign, at least not early on. Don't know how far we're going to get with all this. Last week when I played, and I'm sorry guys, I got to get something to drink here. I will be back in just a moment. Won't take me long. Okay, I am back. Okay. Should be one of the buttons in your left hand corner around the tank symbol. This is it. Research supply. No, that I see a tank symbol. See this obviously up there, recruit and deploy. Top left. Oh, I'm looking at the. Why am I looking at the right? Oh man, it's still early for me. Okay. So you mean this? Okay, recruit and deploy logistics. Well, we have logistics here. One of these. Hello, Tove Devlich. How you doing? Also create maintenance issues. Also create. Oh, God, yeah. Maintaining 4 engines on an aircraft versus maintaining 1 engine on an aircraft. Not just in spare parts, but obviously that too. You have the number of crewmen to do it per. One. Let's just say one guy can do it, but it's going to take him 4 times as long or more to do 4 engines than 1 engine. So, yeah. I see the logistics here: fuel production, military factories, blah 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 blah. I don't see the arms trade stuff. Um, here we are. But is this arms trade or just simple trade for resources that I'm used to seeing? This is just resources as far as I can tell. I'm used to this trade, and we've already doing some. Yeah, well, if I get very serious about playing this again, Arno, I will, because again, full disclosure here, I don't necessarily plan on like completing this game. So this is not a playthrough to get all excited about, if you will. So yeah. Um, Still poking around here a bit. Filter on autarky, right? Sorry. Yeah, I think I do need the DLC for it. It's not that I'm afraid of buying it or anything. The DLC, I just like I say, it was sort of on a whim a couple of weeks ago. I went back and I just updated the game that I had here and was going to play it. So if I'm going to get serious about a playthrough, I will get all the, not all the DLCs necessarily, but all the required DLCs to get the features. If it's just say like a flavor DLC for South America, that adds the, I'm blanking on what you call it, the I'm just still waking up, guys. Yeah, this the focus tree. Just get focus trees for Brazil and Argentina and stuff like that. Hey, if you want to play those nations, great, you want it. But if you're not going to be playing the nations, you don't need those. So please do love when you play this. Okay, well, Arno, thanks for um, the uh, the encouragement and the feedback that you want to see playing this. And like I say, I have been enjoying it. I I burnt out both on Hoi 4 as well as some of the mods that were really sort of um, yeah, a bit much, and I found other things to do so that I would not continue. Okay, so attention. All right, let's hit the space bar and let things go. And Jamnuska, I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well as well. Like I know I said earlier, but very, very few people here. I will later in the session talk a little bit about what's going on in the world and my thoughts on it. Second London Naval Treaty signed. Hello, PJKJ 1997. At the end of the war, Germany still had tens of thousands of aircrafts and tanks. However, it no longer had pilots or tank crews. I would disagree with that. I'm sorry. After the boom of 1944, German industry still outpaced the Allies. No, I would disagree with that entirely. Um, American production alone was outpacing Germany's total production on everything, flat up. Germany did have a manpower problem. Germany, like I said, there were, I think, into the hundreds of like Me 262 airframes. No engines in those aircraft. Engines were a bottleneck for, aircraft engines were a bottleneck, both, piston engines and jet engines. I mean, I just have to disagree. Not good. -30 club here. Oh, sorry to hear that. Yeah. A lot of America is in the deep freeze right now. I'm sure, I'm sure it's going to be bad enough that some people aren't going to make it through. I'm serious. Some people are not going to make it through just because power will go out and people won't be prepared. I don't know that there's going to be a lot, but a few won't. Just won't make it through because of the sort of ice storm that's getting. I'm my secret mountain base. That's where I am. I've moved permanently to my secret mountain base. Um, is in Arizona. I mean, I'll give you that, and it's in the mountains. Literally, it's in the mountains, and it's in Arizona. Um, so, I mean, that's as far as I'm going to narrow it down. But we're it's a bit colder here today, but not that cold. So, and hello, Eric. So I'm sort of out of it. It had been a bit warmer earlier this week. I think it just sort of we're catching a little bit of the edge of it here, so it is not bad. Um, okay, good. Well, cool. Arno's got some medals. Good to have Eric here. Yeah. German production, and there's a Germany was still producing a lot at the end of the war, in 1945. And let's be specific, in January 1, 1945. I mean, it's more like April is when like the Battle of Berlin is happening, if I remember. Again, I'm not good on dates. I'm good on order of things. This happens and then that happens and this causes other things to happen, etc., etc. But on the dates. So Germany is still producing, but you can look at late production of equipment. The quality is going down. The quality of materials is going down, not just the quality of production. Um, there is massive, massive disruption to production. So there are, and you can see them, they overrun tank factories and such, not just tank factories, with literally piled up say bodies of tanks, just the basic body. That doesn't mean that there's any engines in them, doesn't mean that there's any guns mounted in the turrets, doesn't mean that the turret is even on the body of the tank, or any running gear, the wheels, etc., are in the tanks. It's just that they're cranking out what they can crank out. But if they're not, because of bombing of the factory, or because of bombing the railway transportation system that either gets raw materials to the factory that makes, say, the tank engine, or getting the tank engines from the tank engine plant to the assembly plant that's producing the tanks together. That's all being disrupted. I don't know that they were specifically bombing, say, like mines that are, getting the ore out of the ground, but they are bombing things like the smelting plants that are creating the steel and whatever. And now they do take out the Ruhr, the dam busters take out the dam there that floods the Ruhr, which also floods a bunch of mines there to get them back working, you've got to pump them out. I don't know how many, and a lot of them were coal mines as well, but you flood the coal mines. That means you can't get coal to run the factories. So that's all disrupting. So there's massive, massive disruption to German production. It is incredible what Albert Speer does in with thinking, with all of the hindrances that are put in front of Albert Speer, tell you that Germany's production organization, not even at 1936, but let's say at 1940, is so bad. It's incredibly bad how German production is. They produce so much, but most of what Speer is doing is just rationalizing production. It is not that one factory, it's not that a factory is going along producing stuff at a good pace, and then Speer shows up and talks to the guys and then leaves, and now they're producing twice as many engines in a day or a week or a month or whatever. No, it's the chaotic nature and the of production in Germany. It is the overly detailed work that they're putting into these things. I like the channel Oz Armor here on YouTube. They're the Australian Armor Museum. They do a good show on at least just about weekly videos on their restoration of various tanks. And they've been showing how detailed the like the Panzer II transmissions are, and some of these other things that are so much more detailed than Soviet or American parts, transmissions, whatever, doing the same thing are. And they're producing these tanks as if they're going to have a 20 or 30 year or more lifetime, like you can do in peacetime, because in peacetime, you don't want to build a tank that's going to operate for 3 months and need to be completely rebuilt because it's not going to function well. But in wartime, your tank probably isn't going to last 3 months. So you don't need to build the same quality. Now you can put the same thickness of armor on it. You can put the same quality of armor on it. You can put the same gun on it that will shoot the same projectile accurately. You just don't need to make all these over-engineered, overdeveloped features on the tank. Speer is also very much trying to rationalize, along with Guderian and a few others, trying to rationalize down to just a few models of tanks instead of a bunch of different models of tanks, just to have just a few. But Guderian is put in charge of overseeing armor, both armor tactics, training schools, that kind of thing, because he's thought not to, because he wants to retreat, and Hitler is in the stand your ground, no retreat, no inch kind of attitude, where Guderian wants a battle, flowing battle, a battle of maneuver. I mean, they both have their points. Hitler sees, and I'll get to the London Navy Treaty here in just a moment. Hitler sees that, oh, hey, we have some mines here, here's Stalingrad. We have some mines here. We've got to hold it because those mines are producing some really important, metals, minerals, whatever. And, oh, hey, up here, there's a bunch of tar sands. Yeah, again, here's, and I'm getting up like in Estonia, this area around here, that before the war happens, when they're still in Estonia, Germany, and this is in the interwar period, even before this time, Germany realizes, after World War I, because in World War I, they sort of kind of have enough oil because there's very little motorization. They're starting to get some trucks. They're obviously getting the aircraft. So they're doing, just a handful of tanks. So gasoline, oil is just sort of a boutique kind of item. You see some of it's from during the war, some of it's sort of immediately after. You see some trucks with metal tires, not just the wheels are there, but metal tires on them that have springs in them, because there's such a shortage of rubber. So you have, a wheel, then with a tire around the outside, but between the wheel and the tire, there's some springs. So it's, still not necessarily comfortable to drive around, but not, as bad as if it were all solid metal. So they have rubber shortages, but they don't have, and this does very much of affect things, because during this time period in 36 and before, they are trying to develop synthetic rubber instead of needing to import rubber. But they realize that they're going to need more oil for the next war. They're already thinking about the next war in 1918, 1919, 1920, those sort of end of war periods, because whether you're talking about the 11/11/11, on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918, so at the end of 1918, the armistice takes effect. That just stops the fighting. It's into 1920 that you finally get some of the later treaties, like Versailles, which is the famous treaty, but then the one that ends the U.S.'s war with Germany, is, if I'm not mistaken, is the Saint-Germain Treaty, which is another palace outside of, on the fringes of Paris, the Palace of Saint-Germain. Treaty, I think, is the one that finally ends the U.S.-German war. Germany's already thinking about the next war. Okay. So, oh yes, Dutovlich says, yes, the videos are really good. Wednesday videos and a short one on Friday usually releases. Yeah, they do sometimes the short one on Friday. It seems like that's a hit or miss depending on either what video content they have or the amount of time they have. But yes, it's a very good show. Very even and I don't retain any of the mechanical details, but I sort of like them talking about this stuff. I mean, I love tanks. I don't love tank transmission. Excuse me, tank transmissions. Tank engines, tank transmissions are just things, for me at least, are just supposed to function. But to sort of, it's a very interesting and how little documentation they have on them. They're connected, and they buy some of these vehicles and parts and other things from other parts of the world, and they have, even though they're way off in Australia, they have actual connections to experts in Europe. And they don't have any manuals. They can't get, even like photocopies. Not like, oh, can we get an original? They don't even have photocopies of the manuals of these tanks, so that they've all been destroyed or they're all locked up in somebody's, U.S. or Germany's archive somewhere, and no one knows where to look for them, or they're still considered classified. I don't know. So they don't even have manuals for these vehicles, and so they're taking them apart and recording them so they can put them back together, and they're in essence creating a video versions of manuals and whatnot. I'm sure if somebody wanted to get some of the more raw footage of this stuff, if they're actually going to work on one of these tanks. But it's fascinating to see them work on these machines. But so they're already planning for the next war. They're already realizing what's going on. So Germany is investing in the Weimar period into the Third Reich period, are investing into sources of oil. While Estonia and what the Baltic states existed, and I'd have to look up there are tar sands up here, meaning bad oil deposits. But there are oil deposits. You literally basically sort of shovel the oil out, meaning it's sort of intermixed with sand and other stuff, that it's a serious refining process to get it to oil, to then get it to gasoline or something. Because gasoline is just one of the when you refine oil, different parts of the oil cook off at different stages through it. Won't get into more detail than that for the moment. But so Germany is working to get these things developed. Well, when the Soviets take over, that's somewhat disrupted. When Germany conquers the area, or liberates it, or whatever the hell you want to call it, they don't do anything serious about getting there. There's a minor production capability still left there, so they turn that on and run that. But they decide not to rebuild the infrastructure, because whether it's a mix, and I do believe it's a mix, a little bit of the Estonians destroying some of it when the Soviets occupy, but mostly the Soviets destroying it as they fall back. They go, it's going to take too long to get it going into production. We'll just wait for the Caucasus oil that we're going to get, and that will flood the oil into our needs. Well, we're not even getting at the point the decision's being made, because it takes the decision could have been made before you even start Barbarossa. The decision is not made in that summer fall period when they're just overrunning Estonia and heading towards they're also heading towards Moscow, but heading up towards Leningrad. It's not made then. Obviously, they're not going to be able to get it started in the middle of that terrible winter of 41 to 42. So they're not even looking at it until 42, doing this, starting to the spring of 42. And spring of 42 is when they're looking at the start of the Stalingrad campaign. That's going to, instead of pushing hard for Moscow, they're going to push for the resources down here in the Caucasus. So hey, we're gonna, they're not even yet, starting their campaign into the Caucasus, they're already, well, we're going to have that oil, so we don't need to do this oil. Well, as history shows us, they don't get the oil fields much, at least a little teeny bit, briefly, in the Caucasus. But even they're not even cognizant of, okay, you got the Baku oil fields. Are they still working? Did the Soviets blow them up? Oh, the Soviets had wired all of and put in the dynamite or whatever, TNT or whatever they were using, to all the oil infrastructure, not just the oil wells themselves, but the whole oil infrastructure. So they're continuing to produce oil while there's explosives all over the place. So all of the oil infrastructure down there is all wired to blow. It's a very good 1-hour documentary on talking specifically about Baku and the oil. I don't know about the Grozny oil up here, or some of the Maikop or other things, but down here they have it completely wired to blow. Now, the Germans don't know this, that it's already, I'm sure they're thinking that some damage will be done. But the Soviets are already, before the Germans even get anywhere near Baku, before even the 42 campaign that becomes the Stalingrad campaign even happens, they've already wired all of the oil to blow. So the Germans are going to arrive there and just see a overcloud of black smoke hovering over everything as they approach. And as they get closer, it's going to be like the Lord of the Rings heading into not Gondor, the wherever Sauron was, Mordor, heading into Mordor. It's going to be black smoke, everything, and sort of like volcanic jets of flame going up, producing this black smoke, that they're going to be entering in to this wasteland that's going to be barely habitable by humanity. And you're going to have oil firefighting experts. And I do mean experts. And there's actually a good, I forget the name of it, but a good John Wayne movie where he plays an oil firefighting expert. And I knew a few of those way back in the day. And it's sort of like when the U.S. goes into Kuwait after Saddam Hussein's forces retreat out in the first Gulf War. If you ever see video or footage of that, it's going to be like that. And it's just going to be a hellscape. And the Germans have got to get all of those fires out, all of them out, to get that oil field functional again. Because you're not going to be pumping oil out of some of the oil field, while other ones that are wells that are connected that could go, because the oil fires are probably mostly going to be burning on the surface. I say that because in California there's a fire that's been going for 70 years or something, that an oil field caught on fire and it got down underground, and there's enough oxygen there that it's still burning like 70 years later. And you walk around this area and there's just smoke, and the ground's hot, and there's just smoke coming out of the ground. Not in huge amounts, but it's just they don't know of a way of putting this thing out. It's an underground oil fire going on, and yes, it's human caused. So in one oil field in California is just still burning, like 70 years later. So it caught on fire back in the 50s or something. So you've got to put all these fires out, because they'll stay on the surface so long as there's enough pressure underground that's pushing the oil up, and that there's no oxygen below the ground for it to catch on fire to burn. It takes the ability for oxygen down there, enough to be down there to burn. So you've got to put the oil fires out. And you can train, so long as you have a few experts who actually know how to put an oil fire out. And I don't know that Germany had any experts, or even any access to experts to know how to put an oil fire out. They may have. There may have been some Romanians that knew how to do it. There may have been some Germans that knew how to do it. I don't know. But once you have a few experts, you can train up more people. But it's going to take months, because it took months or more for us to put out for in the 1990s for America with oil firefighting experts, and we did have them to put out the Kuwait fields. Okay, with modern technology and the ability to load equipment onto jet planes and fly those jet planes nonstop around the globe, with air refueling to get stuff there that quickly as quickly as we could possibly get stuff there to start putting the oil fires out. Because I don't know that we had planned on that prior to encountering the problem. But we have that global reach. Germany has none of that. And they're going to find all these oil fires going. And so they got to put them out. And then once they put them out, they got to rebuild the infrastructure. In some cases, when you put out the oil fire, you can probably immediately cap the oil well. And but that just caps it. So then you've got to rebuild the infrastructure that allows, because some of the oil is in that region is artesianing, meaning it comes out just because of pressure under the ground in that region. Yes, I know a lot about oil. Sorry, guys. So in some cases it will artesian, but you got to cap it off, and then and that's a bit of a job in and of itself. And then you've got to rebuild the infrastructure that's going to take that oil out of the ground and put it into storage tanks. They've all been blown up. So you've got to deliver the pieces of storage tanks in these big, huge storage tanks. I mean, like big building storage tanks that you've got to deliver. Oh, and all of the railways will have been least damaged. So you've got to be rebuilding the railways. Okay. That they were pretty well damaged. Oh, and the railways are of a different gauge than the European railways. So you've got to rebuild all the railways, or you've got to make sure you get enough rolling stock, and at some point, at some place, transfer I know I'm blowing anybody high log. What is that? Log 935 glad. I'll get to your chat in a moment. I will read all the chats and respond to them. Don't worry. So at some point, if you don't redo the gauge of all the Soviet railways, you've got to acquire rolling stock, both the cars and the engines that are functioning for the Soviet rails, and then you've got to have a point that you bring the European gauge rail to there, transfer the stuff from the European trains to the Soviet trains, and then have the Soviet trains get to their destination, and so presumably rebuild whatever any bridges or main switching stations that have been destroyed. Or you've got to rebuild all the railway, and these are the big pieces of the tank that are to be put together, whether welded, bolted. Germans are great with welding, but welded, bolted, riveted, whatever, these big storage tanks. So you're going to have to do some of them. You can't just do 50-gallon oil drums, because the oils needs to produce quicker out than that. So you've got to come out, you've got to get the infrastructure, rebuild these big tanks out there, that are, much bigger. They're much bigger than a house. They're huge pieces, so they're coming out in pieces. Rebuild all of this stuff. And now, again, that railway system has to be rebuilt, or what are you going to do? Truck all of your oil, your unrefined oil, because I don't think there were many refineries down here. There was, I think, maybe some, but the Soviets moved the oil up to somewhere else to refine it, I believe. Maybe just Astrakhan or somewhere. I don't know. I don't know that part. But you've got to get the oil out to a refinery, wherever that is, wherever you have a functioning one. Obviously, you have some functioning ones in Romania. You have some in Germany. You have, maybe in some other places. I don't know if the Germans captured any that are functioning or near functioning, as opposed to completely destroyed. You got to get the oil to a refinery and start refining it. Baku oil, I believe, is good enough to maybe put into, but Germans don't really use too many oil burning engines for their ships. They're doing a lot of stuff that are diesel. So you got to at least refine it into diesel and not just, fuel oil quality level stuff. But I don't know enough about the Baku oil. I know Alaska produces a lot of light sweet crude oil. And that there, and I know Balikpapan here also produces a light sweet crude that Japan used straight into their bigger ships and carriers and bigger battleships and cruisers. That you can straight out of the ground, you can put it right into their oil tanks on their ships, which will then burn it to create steam because they're steam based, not an internal combustion. Because I think a lot of the German destroyers are diesel engines. I'm not sure about their bigger ships, whether they're steam turbine or whether they're a diesel engine. I just don't know enough about the German Navy. Um, this oil and like the light sweet crude can be burnt directly from the ground, but you will have to get it back into maintenance to cool everything down, get the engines offline, get the engines unhooked, and literally have people and whatever go in and scrape it out because there'll be a lot of residue. You really want to somewhat refine it prior to it going to burn into the for an oil-based steam engine as opposed to a coal or wood-based steam engine. So Japan, for a while, stationed a lot of its big fleet down here because it was where the oil was. They moved it from Truk, whichever island here I could find it, but whichever island out here is Truk. Is it this one? Yes, Truk, right there. See, I sort of know. Moved it because they had to ship the oil whether from here or up to here to get it somewhat refined and back down. They just moved the fleet to the oil source. Japan does for a while. So yeah, you've got all this stuff. So it shows you that even if Germany actually does take this region, it's going to be years, not weeks, not months, years before you really have that flow of oil. I'm not saying they wouldn't capture a few oil wells intact and be able to have some trucks show up with 50-gallon drums on them and start driving, using up fuel, driving the trucks back somewhere to Germany to get it refined. But you're going to use more fuel driving the trucks here and driving the trucks back, probably. And all of the associated stuff, probably you would deliver more oil than you will running in burning fuel. But you're going to burn a lot of fuel doing that, and it's going to be very inefficient, and it isn't really going to help. Okay, so the Germans have this idea that they're going to be capturing all this stuff fairly easily, and it's going to be intact. So right around late 43 or something, they decide they need to start rehabilitating the oil sands up here. And I'll still get to all this stuff. The oil sands up here, using a lot of, shall we say, forced labor. So YouTube doesn't want to demonetize me. A lot of forced labor and whatnot going on. And about the time they sort of get, so it's always working a little bit. So there's always a little dribble of oil coming out. And I don't even know if we looked at resources here. Which view? We can't see because it's fog of war. Okay, never mind. If they're even included up here, but they were significant. I mean, would be significant for German levels of production had they did so. About the time the Soviets overrun it, they get things sort of kind of running. So they get it like for a month or two, the oil sort of flowing again, and the Soviets overrun it. So that is a lot of the problem with Germany is not forward thinking in its designs. So, and to go back to Speer and Guderian, all the hurdles put in front of them. Two sort of side notes. Well, Guderian is put in charge of the armor, and which includes what tanks to produce, not like how to produce them, but what tanks to produce. And so that's all signed by the Fuhrer, blah, 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 blah. Well, there's some interest, and I think including Ferdinand Porsche, Goes, but that doesn't include heavy armor, does it? And the Fuhrer at the time, well, no, I guess it doesn't. We didn't say heavy armor, it just said armor. Which you can look at armor, panzers, as inclusive of all armor, but no, not heavy. So he's excluded from controlling what heavy tanks are going to be produced. That's why you produce some wacky heavy tanks that are over. You're producing the Tiger II is great, okay. They shouldn't have produced it, people. It just, yeah, you needed something beyond a Panzer IV, absolutely no doubt. But going to the Tiger II, it's just too complicated at the time that it's being produced, under the conditions that it's being produced. Germany's holding the line at Moscow, and has thrown back the Allies from their D-Day invasion and holding the line somewhere in Italy because Italy collapsed. Holding the line and controlling the skies over Germany. Well, great, produce the Tiger II. But in your desperation situation, no, it's a fool thing. So again, there's hurdles put in front of these guys that are trying to rationalize armor production. Another thing is Germany, and you can even see at the Panzer Museum at Munster, and hello, I hope Arno's being good at saying hi to everybody while I'm just ranting here, but hello Beam Slam, and hello ZYNXO. I'm not going to go beyond that, but hello over on YouTube there as well. I will get to any chats and acknowledge everybody, don't worry. At the Panzer Museum, they put in a display. It's just a mock-up. I don't think it's even a real horse. It's not a live horse, obviously. But the main transportation element of the German army were horses, okay? It wasn't trucks. It wasn't, Panzer or half-tracks or whatever. The main transportation of the German army in World War II was horses. Well, there's horse racing all over Germany, of course. Well, that gets shut down. I forget the year, maybe 42. Because, the horses, it's a combination of, it's a luxury item. A significant number of horses are kept out because they're being bred and used for horse racing. Because it's not just the horses that run around the track. You've got to have other horses that are used for breeding stock. You breed up a bunch of horses and from a certain breeding stock. Only a few are really going to be the champions. So, you have more horses that you're hoping will become champions or good enough to really race. And they don't. But, so you're trying, and so you're raising, it's a whole, localized industry, shall we say. Well, that all gets shut down, except for, I'm blanking on his name right now. Old Comrade. One of Hitler's old comrades. I'm picturing his face. He runs sort of Munich. A lovable guy, but an evil guy. Lovable, evil guy. He throws the great parties down here in Munich, including the Brown Derby down there. Horse races. So he gets his horse racing industry exempted. So they continue horse racing to the end of the war. And so those horses are not used at the front. And it's not like the Lipizan stallions that are in Austria, which is another story. Someday you may get me to tell you those, that are saved. It's not just, one sort of prestige stable of horses that get saved from the war. It's a whole localized industry of horse racing that continues. And they continue to get the feed for the horse because Alta Kamerad, oh boy, I'm blanking on his name, has enough influence. And so these are things that, and this is magnified all over Germany for Speer in trying to rationalize production. Each Gauleiter is trying to protect the stuff and his Gau and all this stuff. And so Speer is fighting through all of this, and that's what he creates, and it was referred to. And hello, Theo Mask. I will get to your chats in a moment. Is the 1944 miracle that basically is starting to Speer is starting to get production rationalized and in good production levels. Germans know how to produce things. They know how to overproduce things. But they don't, and if you don't understand, and they do talk, I know some of you guys know this stuff very well. And hello, Toy Jet, if I see you here. Good. What am I? No. Oh, here, yes. Research tree. This concentrated versus the dispersed industry. Well, it's not just as simple as that, but this is how it's done in the game terms. Germany, in basically all of their factories, machine tools. They're big tools, big operating machines. Could be like a drill press, could be like a lathe, could be a milling machine, could be a stamping machine, but machine tools. Okay. And these could be as big as a house, mind you. They're not necessarily, they could be the size of a desk, could be as big as a house. It can vary in size for different machine tools. They would set the machine tool up to make a part. And they would start cranking out parts. And they would produce, let's say, 1,000 of something on the machine tool. They go, okay, yeah, good. We got enough. Okay, yeah. And then they would stop that machine tool and they would reset it up to do something else. And then they would produce 1,000 of those. And then they would, as sort of needed. So they sort of did this stuff. Where the Americans and the Soviets, who copied because the Americans came over right around 1934, I think, a little before this time. But come over and set up a factory for the Soviets, and the Soviets then replicate it to their other factories. Another story to look into. The Americans, they had set that machine tool up in America because they built a lot more machine tools. Maybe not as high quality machine tools as the Germans had. I mean, they could do just about as high quality, but not all the machine tools were high quality. They had set that machine tool up. And then that machine tool, as close as possible, 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they'd work out shifts. Obviously, you're going to stop a little bit for the shift changeover, etc., etc. But they would try to get that machine tool to start making that part and never stop making that part until they got to the point that they didn't think they could ever use that part, any more of that part ever again. Whether that meant, hey, we now have a new model of something and we don't need any more of these olds, and you've made enough spares to keep the older versions of tanks, aircraft, whatever, that are currently operating, running. So now we will stop this machine tool from making this part and putting it to making a new part, and we're going to have that run forever. And to give you an idea, sometime in 1944, I believe, and I think it's like around June or something, near D-Day or whatever. In 1944, the Americans look around and they go, we've got so many half-tracks. The M3 white half-track, the standard sort of American half-track, the armored one. We've got so many of these things. Well, they have, obviously America's huge. We can keep putting them somewhere. But we have no concept of how we're going to use all of the half-tracks we've made. We literally don't know, well, what if the war lasts another 5 years? Well, we've got 20 years, or I don't know, I'm just saying this out here, of half-tracks. We have no concept. So they stop. People, Germany, and hello, repeat, Germany is desperately producing armored vehicles that go into the fight and die, 30 days after entering the combat, and can't get enough producing. America's going, hey, dudes, if we give all of our soldiers half-tracks, each individually have a half-track, Europe isn't big enough to hold all of our half-tracks. I'm overstating this a little bit, but yeah, and hey, dude, we can't deliver that much fuel. Yeah, true, guys. Well, we could equip every single American infantry soldier with his own half-track. It would be better to do one half track for 2 soldiers. That way one guy drives and one guy operates the machine gun. But we can't quite get them all over to Europe. We don't have enough ships. So they stop building half tracks. This isn't a decision tree thing going like, we only have enough steel to do this or that or this. Which one do we choose? No, we're building so many half tracks that we don't know what to do with them anymore. We can't give them away. We can't deliver enough of them to the Soviet Union because of the amount of shipping we have. We can't deliver any more to Britain because they like their Bren gun carriers too. They also use American half tracks too. They like their Bren gun carriers. Oh, and America's producing Bren gun carriers as well. They don't use them, they produce them. But they're bigger. American Bren gun carriers have an extra road wheel compared to British and Commonwealth Bren gun carriers, or universal carriers, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, we're producing those for the British too. So British don't need any more half tracks. There's not enough Free French forces to give them to. China, we can't get them to China. China wouldn't have enough fuel for them and probably be able to maintain them. They can't even maintain the trucks that they deliver. So yeah, so they stopped producing. So that tells you the production levels. And if you're talking about Germany outproducing the Allies, they aren't even outproducing America, let alone what the Soviets and the British are producing. And China's still producing things, China is. But those are the main ones. I mean, there's really no Dutch production in what is modern-day Suriname or modern-day Indonesia, yes. Dutch West Indies, Dutch East Indies back at the time today. They're as oil as I know Toyjet mentioned there, or not Toyjet, Arno mentioned the different oil producing parts in the Dutch East Indies. I'm sure there's some factories out in the Dutch East Indies producing something, before they get invaded, weaving material or something, for cloth or whatever. But they're taken over by Japan. So, whatever was, the Dutch aren't really producing anything. The Italian industry is being destroyed or shut down. Some of it's used by Germany for a while, but I'm talking about the stuff that, is liberated. And France industry is not real. Late 44, France is starting to turn some things back on for its army after France is basically liberated, but just starting to. So, it's just really the British, the Americans, and the Soviets really producing things in the war. China a bit, but it's mostly small arms and that kind of thing. Yeah, and when I say British, I mean Commonwealth, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada and whatnot. But that's who's producing, and so America alone is outproducing the Germans, not just combined. You might find one particular field or something, but I know the Americans are making more rifles, they're making more submachine guns, they're making more pistols, they're making more machine guns than the Germans are. They're making more aircraft. It's that kind of thing. So yes. Now this. And I will get to the chat in just a moment before we go on. And I won't say a whole lot about this. This is stupid. The first London Naval Treaty maybe in a way allows industry of nations to produce useful things instead of having a naval arms race war. Because Britain at the time period needed to have a navy large enough to fight the next 2 biggest navies combined. Because, and I will get in and talk about the world situation here in a bit. And thank you, Arno. And we'll maybe touch on the American Navy a bit, but the British Navy, because government nations endure. We can talk about the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, and modern day Russia, but they're all the same nation. But they're different. But they're also, we can't talk exclusively about stuff that's just about the Soviet Union or just about Imperial Russia. That either one of those may still have lingering effects in modern day Russia, but they're their own governments, their own situations, their own way of organizing stuff up. They're not just the same. So when nations endure, governments come and go. Britain knew that in the 1930s, 1920s, 19 whatever period, that there could be a fascist revolution, say, in France. And there could be their ally Japan, which in 1900 definitely was an ally and comes into World War I. Japan is an ally of Britain. They're the sort of local ally, naval. Britain is very much influential on the Japanese naval development, and they look on each other as allies. Obviously, Japan's aggression in China pushes them away from Britain, and other reasons they moved closer to Germany. And so here we can see Japan moving from a British ally. I don't know if you want to call it a staunch ally or something, but an ally, an acknowledged ally, into an enemy camp. And you could have a fascist, say, takeover of France. That then, we're not even talking about Germany in the 1930s trying to rebuild its navy. We're talking two well-developed, persisting navies that Britain, with its far-flung empire, may find itself at war with. So it feels that it needs to have a navy that can defeat the next two largest pure navies combined. Because they don't necessarily foresee, because they're also great diplomats, the whole world against them, like every navy out there trying to sink them. But they could see two big naval powers deciding, for whatever reasons, to go to war with Britain. Obviously, we have the rather significant naval power of Italy in the Mediterranean. It's just a naval power in the Mediterranean, but it is a Mediterranean naval power that's pretty significant, and that is vital to a lot of British, shipping interests. And Japan, one of the two major naval powers in the Pacific, the others, of course, the Americans, do both end up going to war with Britain. Now, for Britain, and it's already at war because it starts the war against Germany, who is not a significant surface naval power. I mean, it has a few big battleships, no working carriers, a few cruisers, a few destroyers, but no real threat there. Obviously, it has a starting of a submarine and a will to make lots of submarines, so it is a threat in that sense. So it needs to escort its convoys, etc. But outside of the submarines, the German Navy is not a real threat to the British Navy. The German Luftwaffe, close in, it isn't going to be the Bismarck and the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau and Prinz Eugen, and I know they sunk the Graf Spee already out in the ocean, but in the South Atlantic. But it isn't all those ships that are going to come and sink the British Navy so that it'll allow a naval invasion of Britain. It's the Luftwaffe that they're worried about, that sinking the British Navy, that would then allow the minor German Navy. So they're not afraid of the German surface Navy. I mean, great movie, Sink the Bismarck. Yeah, they're afraid of what that ship's going to do, out at the ocean, most assuredly, because it can sink a lot of convoys, kill a lot of people, because if there's and there was a troop convoy out at the time, if it happens to catch that troop convoy, that could be thousands of dead British men. They're worried about that, absolutely. But that isn't going to defeat Britain. That's just going to be a serious, interruption. It isn't going to be a defeat. The U-boats, that might defeat Britain. So they are worried about that as well. But between Italy and Japan are two, well-developed surface navies. Biggest limitation for the Italians is, one, a political limitation. Mussolini's worried about losing that navy, and two, oil. They don't have enough fuel to keep to keep that fleet very active. They got to keep it in port and dash it out to do an operation and then get it back. to port so they don't burn up too much oil. We were talking about oil before, but how critical oil is in the war. So it is more limited there, and obviously we also talked about Japan and its limitations on oil too. But so Britain, fortunately, by the time, I mean, Italy comes into the war, but it's again just a Mediterranean threat. It really, I mean, they get a few subs out and into France, and then those, do a little bit of damage. But it is no great threat outside of the Mediterranean. By the time Japan comes into the war with its navy, obviously December 7th, 1941, or December 8th, 1941, in the Philippines and in Singapore and in that time zone. You get the American Navy coming into the war at the same moment, so it saves the British Navy. But yeah, so the first London Naval Treaty keeps an arms race from happening, keeps it from all of these, France, Japan, America, from spamming out a lot of ships right then. That might have helped the economy to some degree, but it also might have hurt the economy to a greater degree. So, yeah, I understand that. But here we are in 1936. Japan is getting pushy in Asia. Germany is obviously doing its things under Hitler. The Soviet Union is being aggressive. Mussolini is marching his black shirts into Ethiopia. And they want to limit production of ships. That is just silly, people. It's as silly as, I don't know, was it the START Treaty or one of the treaties that the U.S. signed with the Soviet Union, not to develop anti-missile technology so that we have mutually assured destruction. And I will say, the Soviet Union at least was a rational actor with nuclear weapons. And so is communist China, meaning they're not a jihadi-minded, we're all going to heaven, let's just push the button and blow up all humanity and we'll all go to heaven viewpoint. God's telling me to do something viewpoint that I very fortunately, Germany, or not Germany, gotta get my head out of World War II for this. The U.S. Takes out Iran's nuclear development. Still worried about Pakistan's nuclear development, and who has access to that. And I'm worried about North Korea. I don't know how rational that government is. But that idea, and so the idea of not developing defenses against nuclear weapons is, in my opinion, is criminal stupidity levels of things. So these armaments treaties, I understand about an armaments treaty that says we won't expand our nuclear, and we have the ability to monitor our nuclear capabilities. That's sort of kind of okay. But we can't build defenses against that? You mean we could shoot down all the enemy missiles and bombers, and we won't have nuclear weapons go off? And you want to stop that? Are you insane? Are you insane? Okay. So this London Naval Treaty, Germany is not bound by it. Germany is trying to hide the fact that it's breaking the Versailles Treaty. Japan, who I believe is a signature of it, is also hiding some of its naval production, especially on the how much tonnage, how big some of these ships are. But they are building like the Yamato and some of the other big super battleships that Japan is very secretive, not allowing inspectors, or even like where the Yamato, I believe it was the Yamato, but where one of the big ships was being built, there was a train that sort of goes nearby it that you could sort of kind of see it from the train. Well, they made sure the train had curtains on that side of the train, if not both sides of the train. And as it before it got to there, the conductors or the hall monitors, if you will, on the train, and they made sure they had enough of them, would go along and close the curtains and maybe have like a person in every car or something, but be able to monitor to make sure no one was peeking out the curtains to look at the construction, let alone take a photograph of the construction of the ship as it was being constructed. So and they built, and it was high enough up that they could see over any fences. So they did build, you could walk near it, but the fence was high enough or whatever that you couldn't see um, uh, into the production area, and they made sure nobody was climbing the fences. So they were being very secretive about it. So the people that aren't going to honor the treaty are still going to work their way around it. So it is only going to be the people that honor the treaty that are going to limit themselves. So whether those people that are the good guys or the bad guys, however you want to look at it, they shouldn't have signed this thing. Okay, we'll get to chat here. I know a lot of you guys have said a lot of probably very interesting things and a few stupid things maybe, but let's go see what everybody's been saying here. Hope that's been interesting. Okay. See, Eric showing up. Yes, really good. Okay. Log. If you could bring back any leader character in history in the setting of Hearts of Iron 4, who would you pick that would have been an interesting impact on history? Greetings from the West Coast. Yes, I'm used to be a West Coast guy. I'm now an Arizona guy. Well, if Patton hadn't died, there's a movie that makes it out that he was assassinated, but I think it was just a car accident that he died in. He would be interesting. Bring back today, Patton would also be interesting. MacArthur, yeah, he would in a way be interesting. Eisenhower would be boring, but Eisenhower's just boring, and sometimes boring is good. Um, I don't know, Rommel was a Hitler suck up for a while. Obviously, at the end, he's somewhat part of the conspiracy, not a core part, but somewhat part of the conspiracy to get rid of Hitler. But early on, he's a suck up to Hitler because he's in charge of the Wehrmacht security detachment around Hitler, and he uses that to suck up. There's also an SS security detachment too around Hitler, but so Rommel spends a lot of personal time with Hitler. He knows Hitler very well, and that's how he gets his armored division. Because you got to remember what is Rommel. Rommel writes the book Infantry Attacks, not how to fight an armor warfare. Rommel wins his Blue Max in charge of a Gebirgsjäger unit, a mountain troop unit. Rommel is basically an infantry / mountain trooper who magically takes over an armored division. Not, oh, hey, I'm going to go, get an armored battalion in an armored division and then move up to be the executive officer of a division and then into a division. Now, he magically jumps from Hitler's military escort into a panzer division. Now, he does brilliantly in that, but he is a bit of a Hitler suck-up. I don't know how much of a not. I'm sure to some degree he bought into some of that stuff. A lot of Germans did, but he was a Hitler suck-up early on. Now, like I say, eventually he turns on him. Guderian is my favorite German general of the period because he both does, and yeah, people criticize now. Well, yeah, he wrote his book, etc., and whatnot, but he had whether you stole the ideas from somebody else or had other people contribute ideas. Yeah, he wasn't sitting alone in a room dreaming up everything. He was working with others in the armor school to develop modern armored warfare that is still very valid today. We'll see how much drones change the tactics of of war. Not just, you have elements of the tactics, like how far the gun shoots and can the gun stabilized on the tank so it changes some armored warfare. But Guderian's armored warfare is still more or less effective today as it was in World War II. The basic principles, the basic, you gotta modify and train up on modern equipment, but it's basically the same thing. And yeah, so he worked with others, but he was both a theorist and a very practical um, uh, field commander, including large scale field. So both tactical and large scale field he's done. Von Manstein is also a favorite of mine, but not as, he's up in the, Rommel, Guderian, and Manstein are in the top 5 of German generals for me. Von Manstein doesn't really do any of the theory, but he is a very good German general. But yeah, it would be interesting to see what, and we know in the West, we know Rommel well because he fights in the West in 1940. He fights against the West, but in North Africa, plans some of the defenses of Italy, but withdrawn before the invasion of Italy, and Kesselring runs that war, and then he plans the defenses on the Western Front, the against D-Day, but obviously is wounded early on, and then he whether he suicides or is killed or is forced to suicide, however the case you want to call that. He doesn't actually fight against Eisenhower in that, if you want to call it Eisenhower, or Bradley and Montgomery and Patton, however you want to call that. He doesn't actually fight there. That's more run by von Rundstedt at the actual battle. But we know him well. Where von Manstein and Guderian, fought in the West in France 1940, but were mostly active on the Eastern Front. So, but it would be interesting to see what Guderian, would make of the modern situation. Not just what modern Germany has turned into or anything, but the modern situation. He would be interested. I would be interesting to hear his takes on the modernity. But Patton, and it's not just George C. Scott's Patton that he, the movie Patton, which is a fun movie, and in some ways gets Patton's spirit, but he would be, because I have a kinship for Patton in Patton's love of history, and his, taking lessons from historical events way back and more recent and whatever. So it would be interesting to see, and not just, I'm sure they would have interesting commentary for if they took their perspective and see the way modern civil life is going. That would be just an interesting, what would they think of, not just the technological changes, but the social changes too. But if we were just talking military changes, Patton would be a very interesting person to see. So I would pick Patton. Yes. And Jamnuska says, like Kuwait, I believe we're talking about the fires. Oh, Hellfighters, based on Red Adair. Yes, exactly. And thank you for making Red Adair. I know that name well. My grandfather, I think, knew him. My grandfather my grandfather basically owned an oil company. Not quite. Owned a company. It was an oil industry company. It wasn't, they didn't own oil fields or oil wells. They worked heavily in the industry and whatnot. And I'm pretty sure he knew Red Adair. Not like he was best buddies, but just knew him. But yeah. Okay. With planned destruction, may need even re-drill wells. So yeah, rigs. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know. It depends on how you blow things up with oil wells. If you just have the explosives that take out the surface area equipment and light the fuel on fire, it could, and it depends on how long it burns, obviously, so how quickly do you get it out. But you may be able to get it out and still just, cap the oil well. And once you get the way to either, if you need to pump it out, or if it's artesianing, meaning just flowing out on its own, either way. And it can be both in the same region of Baku. Baku is a fairly large region. It can be both in that region. Depends on the specific field and the pressures, etc., etc. but you can get it going. It just depends. It depends on how it was wired, and there's a lot of details. But yeah, it wouldn't have been easy. Okay, and log Blueface, yes, that I think it said hi. Yes, and Arnos goes Ta Rakan and Bali Papan, yes. And hi again to ZN or ZYNXO. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. Hi again to Beam Slam. Okay, Beam Slam. Let's go. And Toy Jets here and Theo Mask. Hi. I think I remember a German side predicting Soviets would be fielding many new heavy tanks later in the war. That was their reasoning for trying to develop super heavy tanks themselves. Okay, we'll take that. That's an interesting comment. And you were right. You have obviously the KV series of tanks. KVs are in production in 1941. I don't right off memory know how many, but they were encountered very, in that first Barbarossa season a bit. There are definitely KVs, and we can talk KV1s, KV2s, and KV-85s, which are much later, but are definitely used in the winter counter-offensive against Germany. So they're experiencing KVs early on. Eventually the KV-85 comes out, and I don't have in my head right now a date for it. And obviously eventually the IS-1s, or the Joseph Stalin ones, and the or JS-1s, however you want to say that. Depends on what alphabet you're using, whether it's I or J. Because it is the Joseph Stalin, and it can be the Joseph Stalin. Again, what alphabet you're using and styles. But 1 and 2s show up during the war. Okay, you're absolutely right. Have you heard of a Jag Panther? You've heard of a Jag Panzer, a tank destroyer. You can take a Panzer or you can take a Panzer hull, a Panzer IV hull, because obviously they're all Panzers, but a Panzer IV hull, and they talked about, you can see the development of the Jag Panzer IV with the early on with the L-48 gun, which is the same gun in a Panzer IV, but with a hull that's sort of maximizing the armor to the front, lower profile, so not maybe great on fighting infantry and other, blowing up bunkers and other tank roles, but is good at destroying tanks, especially tanks that are attacking you, that you're able to, because the Germans, compared to the Soviets, the Germans will have much more tactical fluidity because of their radios. They'll be able to, spot and go, hey, we've got some German or some Soviet tanks coming in here. They look like they're heading this way, and numbers and types and whatever might be quickly recorded. And then the ability to contact the units, if they have the fuel, to move those units quickly to a position to deal with the breakthrough, right? And so that for the defensive, and we're also talking about the realities of the war, that we're on the defensive. I know that German high-level thinking and other thinking is, well, any day now, the Wunderwaffe are going to turn this around and we're going to go back on the offensive. Well, in 1944, especially by June 1944, you got the Kursk situation failing. You've got the D-Day situation happening. You have Italy, that they're unable to throw them off the peninsula. You're on the strategic defensive. And until you can truly stop losses, you've got to look on the defensive. Now, maybe you can delude yourself into thinking that you will be going on the offensive one day, and not just trying to hold out for the best end of war situation you can do, but you're actually thinking you're going to turn this around at some point. But until you stop the losing of territory, until you stop the destruction of armies, and I mean that as in, divisions, corps, armies, not just, oh, hey, a division here gets wrecked. Armies are being wrecked. Until you stop that, and you got to plan to stop that, until that becomes a reality. You can have a few people sitting around in an office somewhere on drawing boards in the day, coming up with ideas, Not just, oh, here, let's put a tank with an engine and a big gun on it, but, what kind of engine we're going to have, what kind of drivetrain system it's going to need that, handles the stresses, not of a Panzer II, but of a, Tiger II. So you can have a few people, making plans for the future, as if they, made plans like we were talking earlier for oil exploitation and or making plans for getting the Soviet railways rapidly set to European gauge or something like that. You can make plans. And that's just a little bit of national effort, not a major national effort, but a little bit of national effort. So you could do those kind of things. And you could even have a workshop somewhere that could make a prototype, not a workshop that interrupts any standard production. We're producing out transmissions for whatever current tank. You don't interrupt that. You have a boutique workshop somewhere that could build whatever transmission you want, and that's all it does. And it's just a small fraction of the of what would be the production scale. So you could even build out a few prototypes to, in forward thinking. But you can put on the same gun that you're going to put on that Tiger II, which is basically what they do, onto a Jagdpanther. And that's what it is. So you can have a Jagdpanther. You don't need a Tiger II to take on an IS-2. If you want to build, and you could, with a more boxy, not a turret, but a more boxy fighting position, you can put that 128 millimeter gun that's on a Tiger II onto a Jagdpanther. Again, it's going to be more boxy. It's going to be heavier. So the engine it's not going to be a zippy tank. It's going to be gear it so that the Jagdpanther, and however much armor you put on it, that you rely upon. You're not going quite down to the Nashorn with its big 88 on a basic, minimal armor. Stop bullets and stop light artillery fragments, say, but doesn't stop any sort of, main battle tank gun from 1940. It's just going to go right through it. Which was a very effective anti-tank weapon as well when used properly. So you can build those kind of things, which all it takes, obviously you're building it, because they do obviously make the Jagdpanther. And I do think the Jagdpanther is a good idea because a big chunk of the whole is the same. It is the same engine. It is the same transmission. It's the same running gear. So you're making all those wheels and all that stuff is all the same. You're just making a different hull that doesn't need a turret. So you don't have to have all that extra production to make that turret. The turret ring and all that stuff. You're just making a practical interior box hull that's in the Jagdpanther's version is well-sloped armor. And so you don't need that Tiger II. The Tiger I, should it even be kept into production? Well, it's very effective against American tanks until you get till the very late war with the Pershing showing up. Because even the Jumbo, the Jumbo is heavily armored enough against it, but there's limited numbers of them, and it's not that good of a gun on it, and a lot of the battles really aren't head-to-head straight up like in War Thunder. A lot of them are side shots and whatnot. And you could easily create a Tiger I. Okay. That would be another option, which would have the better 88 millimeter gun that will smoke Jumbos. So the up-gunning and to some degree up-armoring of a particular type. So I can just right now argue that it very well may be better to stop all Tiger production and go to an all-Panther production for at least your big main tanks. You might still keep some production just because you have the factory of, though you may change it, I don't know, and I'd really love to talk to somebody like Speer and talk to, or others, Would it have been better to take the Czech factory that's making 38T engines and transmissions, that are making the Hetzer and some other assault guns late in the war, and just shut all that down and convert that factory over to Panther production? Because it could be done. I don't know how much interruption time from stopping the 38T engine and whatnot, road wheels and all that stuff, to how long it would, how long that shut down and how much effort it would be to get that to making Panthers, or whether it's just better to keep that going and make a new Panther factory or expand a different Panther factory. I don't know. But the Tigers probably should have been shut down to make Panthers. The Panzer IVs definitely should be shut down at that point as well. Maybe continue making Jagdpanzer IVs and or Stugs. Because they are more simple to make, and so you're rationalizing down to just a fewer models that you can crank out effective. The Stug is still effective to the end of the war, though it is starting to get a bit long in the tooth. The Panzer IV is still effective to the end of the war, but again, Soviet heavy tanks. The standard Sherman, it's the Panzer IV is good enough. Its armor isn't very great, but it's good enough. Against something like a Jumbo, and definitely against something like a Pershing or some of the heavier British tanks, especially the Centurion, it's woefully inadequate. So it's going down, but you can still use that engine, that transmission, those road wheels to create that Jagdpanzer IV with that high-powered, the same gun that's on the Panther, the L71 gun. Put on that up-armored, frontally up-armored Jagdpanther hull to defend against, even to some degree, though it's a bit light against a Pershing or a Centurion, but still has some utility there. So yeah, all of that would have been a great, more rational thing to do. But yes, they did understand that the Soviets were building heavier tanks. Okay, overly estimated the Soviet desire for heavy tanks. Well, Soviets definitely did do heavy tanks, and you should be worried about it. Okay, and repeat says hello, just going through the chat still. Okay, thanks for asking for the thumbs up. Okay, and Arno, okay, not true. There were some naval production of ships like motor torpedo boats and patrol boats and small stuff, and oil in Sumatra and Balikpapan. So naval mines were also made, and torpedoes, though small. Okay, yeah, I'm not arguing against that, and I figured there was some production out in the Dutch East Indies, but that's all gone in 1941 when Japan occupies it. That's what I'm talking about, Arno. That's all gone. So by the time America's in the war, it takes a few months for fully occupation of Java, etc., and Sumatra and all that. It takes a bit of time, but that's all gone. So, by 1942, or by the end of 1942, that's all gone. So the Dutch really are just, in exile. Okay, and hello, Holiday Punch. What's up, Oil America? Yes, we are here. Your oil has been forfeited by divine rights. Yes. Okay, MacArthur and his want of nuking Korea and China into oblivion. I don't know that he wanted to nuke them into oblivion. He wanted to nuke them. He wanted to also either nuke or spread radioactive material along the Korean-Chinese border to stop Chinese from coming across it. At the time of Korea, the Soviet Union's nuclear arsenal was a lot less than the West thought it was. A lot of it was bluff. Oh, they had some nukes, but a lot of it was bluff. MacArthur did not see a good reason not to use nuclear weapons. MacArthur also had this one major flaw, and for the Korean War. MacArthur thought that he was in a war. MacArthur actually thought he was commanding general in a war. when MacArthur forgot, I mean, he literally forgot that America has not been at war since 1945. The last time America declared war was in 1942. So America, and we will get to some modern stuff here in a bit. So the world should know America has not been at war since 1945. Oh, they've been involved in wars. And one of my friends here on the interwebs who got very upset at me, and it took some mediation with some mutual friends to get him back to even talk to me when I said this stuff, because he had been in combat. And what are you saying? And he got really, really offended. And when he calmed down and somebody got in, I explained to him, we have not been at war since 1945. We have been involved in wars. There was the Vietnam War. America was not at war with anybody in Vietnam. We weren't at war. There was a war going on and we had troops fighting there. We were fighting in other people's wars. But we weren't at war. America has not been at war since 1945. So anybody who, and obviously the sort of shock of what happened recently in Venezuela and America's capabilities, but realize this, people, America has not been scary since 1945. All of the people out there outside of America could be very, very afraid of the United States if it ever goes to war again. But we were not at war in Korea. We were policing. We were doing a UN policing action. MacArthur thought he was fighting a war and was going to defeat the enemy. And if the enemy became China, we were going to defeat that. And if the enemy became Russia, we were going to defeat that. We were going to defeat the enemy because America wins wars. MacArthur was fighting that as if he was going to win the war, when the political objective was simply to keep North Korea from conquering South Korea. This is why he gets fired, because he is told by Truman not to go, I forget all the details, not to go too far north. He does. It's successful at first. Politically, Truman cannot fire. I mean, he legally can fire, but politically he cannot fire MacArthur because he's too successful. It would wreck his presidency. He wouldn't necessarily be impeached, but it would wreck his presidency. And then when you have the Chinese counterattack and gets thrown back, now Truman can fire MacArthur. Because Truman and the American people were not at war. They were fighting combat in Korea to protect South Korea. Now, yeah, if you got lucky enough and were able to reunite all of Korea under the South Korean government, cool. But we were not at war. We were not trying, the Chinese were all volunteers. Yeah, right. But we were not wanting a war with China. MacArthur was even trying to get, and nationalist China would have gladly sent divisions to fight in Korea. He was trying to get those divisions to help him out. Truman and others were blocking that because they knew because this was before China actually enters the war in Korea. As in sending divisions and whatnot south into Korea. That it would expand the war to generally with China, including a naval war and other things, whether we would be putting troops into Peking or Beijing or whatever you want to call it at the time, whether we'd be putting troops, trying to land invade in China or not, I don't know. But we would have been put into and MacArthur may have, and I don't know MacArthur, obviously. I've read a little bit of a biography on him, but not the full thing, and not specifically around Korea. So I don't know exactly what the biographers would say. But I don't know that he would think that, well, to win that war we must take Beijing and get rid of the communist Chinese. He might, but he might be realizing that it's a war for Korea and he's going to win that war in Korea. So willing to nuke or bomb, even if it wasn't nukes, send in conventional bombers to bomb industry in China that makes, weapons. Bomb railway links and other infrastructure heading in China, but heading to Korea to interrupt the supplies coming into Korea and reinforcements and other things. He was because he was wanting to win that, as he saw, war in Korea. And it might have been properly described as a war between North and South Korea, but from the UN perspective, it was a policing action. It wasn't a war. It was a war, or it was fighting, I should say, to defend South Korea from the aggression of North Korea. If North Korea collapsed and if you could unify it, fine. But that wasn't what was going to happen. The combination of the Soviets and the Chinese, the Soviets will supply what it can to help the Chinese and pilots and jets and whatnot to fight the American pilots and jets. There were a lot of Soviet pilots fighting American pilots. They just, were wearing a North Korean star or something on their clothing instead of Soviet stars, and may have paperwork that, on them that says that they're an ID that says that they're a North Korean volunteer or something. Definitely everything scrubbed that would say that they were Soviet. But so, yeah, MacArthur thought he was at war when he wasn't. He was fighting a policing action. And the policing action was not going to authorize the use of nuclear weapons. So, everybody, the lesson should be learned. Be very, very afraid if America ever actually goes back to war. Wasn't nearly everyone sucking up to Hitler at the beginning. Well, even early on, there were people. I forget that one of the high-ranking German generals in the German general staff was trying to convince the British and the French to go to war with Hitler in 1938, and then he would coup against Hitler in 1938. Over the Munich crisis, but since they didn't, he, kept silent and whatnot. So not everybody was, but a lot of people. Ah, yes, Guderian, the man who got fired twice. Yes, he did. Okay, yes, I learned about tank destroyers. I can only speculate the Germans were thinking that they thought they needed offensive vehicles like tank. Yes, they thought that they were going to need that, offensive vehicles, and I think eventually I ended up talking about that. But it goes back to, and I don't know if you were here when I was talking about four-engine aircraft. Germany builds a few four-engine bombers. But four-engine bombers not only are more complicated to build the airframe, they take 4 engines. And Germany has a bottleneck of engine production on just about everything. Not just aircraft, but definitely for aircraft. So, and it's like, and there's eventually 3 types of engines that Germany can make for aircraft. 1, N-line engines. Those are, like the engine you have in a BF-109, so yeah, that's one type of engine with a big engine block. And they have a certain amount of production capability. Well, and they really like the BF-109. They, in 1930, and early in 1939, they take over Czechoslovakia, and I forget the model. They find prototypes, production plans, and they're starting to make a Czech fighter that, in their evaluation, that I've read English translation of, stated that it is not enough better than the 109 to justify having 2 types of fighters in production at the same time. It's obviously not 100% quote, but it's that very much that language. So the Czech fighter is evaluated by the Germans and seen to be better than their current model in 1939 of the 109. But it's not enough of an improvement to have 2 models in production. So they convert that factory, or those factory elements, because it's not necessarily a factory, but factory elements, I think, to producing 109s in 39 to get more 109s out. Well, they're also producing at that time a radial engine. An engine that doesn't need a big engine block. It has components that are bolted together. That's the, radial engine, like in the Ju-52s to transport airplanes. It's a radial engine. think I'm using the right words there. And they can produce those. Well, Kurt Tonk, I believe, is the designer for the oh, the 190 aircraft. That, and he's designed it up. And they put that in production only after the war starts, and only because it's going to use a radial engine and not compete with the engines needed for the 109 or the Stuka or the other sort of inline engine aircraft. So it's going to take its production capacity that can make the radial engine that is different enough from the inline block engine block type of the other fighters. So okay, so they're gonna get that production capacity to get the 190 up in fighting. And I can, let me look over. Okay, so we're talking about, I mean, this is too we can see here sort of pictured, this is obviously very, very simplistic. This is the 190 image. You can see it's bigger front end because it's a radial engine. So you can only build so many of these types of engines, so they can build these and put them in production side by side. So they end up having two basic types of fighter aircraft, and other aircraft. Sometimes some aircraft models, and I'm not, this is the HE 111, and I forget what model this is here, but sometimes you'll get some of these basic airframes, sometimes with a pair of inline engines installed, a production run, not just randomly done, but a production run with one type, an inline engine, and sometimes, because they're a little less dependent on the rest of the airframe shape, and sometimes with a radial engine production going. And so there would be, sub number or whatever, 410A or whatever that would specify the different engine types or something. So engine production was very important for whatever we're talking about. So with the limitations of production, the choices, we can do A, B, or C, but we can't really produce in any significant numbers A, B, and C. Which one should we produce? Well, the Germans go, no, we're going to produce A, B, and C, even if it's going to mean producing a lot less. So I get the idea of, hey, we're going to go on the offensive someday. We've got to start producing for it. Well, Germany really didn't have the luxury of doing that in 1944 or even in 43. 42, because you got to remember, 41, beginning of 41, it's mostly at peace. They're fighting the naval and air war against Britain. Okay, that's the naval, and the naval war is submarines, basically. I know, yeah, a few commerce raiders go out, yes. But at the end of 1940, it's mostly, and the beginning of 41, it's mostly naval warfare against the British and air warfare against the British. And aren't the Italians doing something out in the desert somewhere? Well, who cares about them? Who cares about the Italians out in the desert? That's unimportant. They'll deal with it, whatever. And that's how you enter 1940. Or 1941. They actually stopped production on some models of tanks, thinking like, oh, hey, well, we're going to redesign our tanks and get ready for the next war, blah, 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 because only Hitler and the small cliques at the top realize or know that they're planning for a later in 41 invasion of the Soviet Union. They don't tell all the other people because they're trying to keep it a secret. All the other people, so they, oh yeah, hey, yeah, we can stop making these whatevers and Panzer IIIs or something for a while, or slow down production. We don't need so many because we're going to do new tanks for the next war in 5 years. In 5 years, yeah, we'll work something out with Britain, and it's going to, because the German military perspective is really that. They think the war is mostly over with Britain. No concept that America's coming into it. No concept that Japan is going to be attacking America. It's just Italy's playing out in the desert and trying to sort out militarily where who's going to control what out in the desert. They don't know that they're sitting on unlimited amounts, at least for them at the time period, unlimited amounts of oil in Libya. Hell, if Hitler knew that there was that much oil in Libya, you would have seen Rommel with an extra 6 Panzer divisions and the entire Luftwaffe sent down there instead of going after, the Soviet Union. So, to the German strategic thinking, it doesn't matter if Italy loses Libya, but that's the piece. Italy loses Libya, Britain keeps its colonies. It's put enough on the ropes from air bombing and submarines. This is not Hitler's thinking, but this is, enough high level. The guys that don't know that Barbarossa is going to happen. Oh, sure, they redeploy a bunch of soldiers, along the border with, through here, against the Soviet Union to make sure the Soviet Union doesn't attack, and only send a few divisions down into Romania. Yeah, because the Soviets have, taken this as part of agreements with Germany, so it wasn't like a surprise to the Germans, but they want to make sure that they don't go into, here. So there's a few, tripwire divisions. I think it's like 3 divisions get sent down into here. And now Hitler and the planning crew up at the very top, they know that those divisions are the prelude to more forces coming into Romania to go fight in, Barbarossa. But early on, and the Romanians and the Hungarians and the Slovaks, they don't know that and the Bulgarians, they don't know that there's going to be or the Yugoslavs at the time, which are sort of being brought into the Axis, don't know that there's going to be a war against the Soviet Union. They think the war is almost over. And sure, they know that, eventually we're going to have to fight the Soviets, but we've done fighting the French. We're sort of finishing up actions to deal with the British, and the war is going to be over, and we're going to have a new war eventually against the Soviet Union. Eventually. Well, obviously that's not what happens. So Germany and its thinking, is, and so in some of its planning stages, well, hey, let's build some experimental aircraft. Let's slow down aircraft production to get ready for other things. Let's do this stuff. They don't really make the hard decisions that we need to just produce certain types of things and just stick to it. They just, and it's a combination of problems. One, I would say, is just the German mentality. Okay, and I'm not prescribing this to any genetic thing. I'm prescribing it to a cultural thing. Germany, functionally, you can give Germany an entire factory on how to make cheap, easy, effective tanks, and Germans walk in, okay, we got to change everything. Yeah, the basic layout of that tank is good, but we've got to make a complicated transmission. Oh, and that engine is, oh God, that engine is just too simple. We've got to, and they, because you look at the mock-up model of Germany made to replicate the T-34, it's much more just the mock-up of the model, the wooden, because I've seen photographs of it, the wooden mock-up model, life size, of a T-34, of a German version of a T-34, on whatever they internally were going to make for the engine and the transmission, etc. I don't know. But the mock-up model is a lot more complicated than the T-34 they found that the Soviets have. The T-34 at home was going to be a hell of a lot better than the T-34 out there, that the enemy are using. When they should have just simply produced the T-34 as the Soviets produced it. Yeah, you can do a little bit more machine timing on it to make the things a little smoother and run a little better. But they should not have added any complexity to it. Maybe if, like the Soviets eventually get to a 3-man turret. That's the only complexity I would have gone, is to a slightly larger turret that the Soviets eventually do with the T-34-85, to a 3-man turret. But the German mentality is something that they just cannot find, and we'll just do this other thing that works. No, we have to Germanify it. So that's partly that is part of the problem. Part of the problem is also the National Socialist ideology. They and it's coming out of Hitler. And people talk about, and in my opinion, awfully mistake what National Socialism was. They mistake it for fascism. It was not. It had other than both being totalitarian systems, it had very little in common with fascism. National Socialism wanted competition. It thought competition was necessary. So what they wanted was Henschel and Porsche to both independently, as well as other MAN and other tank, the Czech tank designing firms and whatever. They wanted these companies to present different, production ideas for the new model tank, the Porsche version, the Henschel version, the MAN version, and then we'll figure out, we may even, stir up and get a little from this, a little from that, and a little from the other, or whatever, for the final design. But we want these groups to competitively compete against each other for better tank design. That's their ideology. Not to have a central tank planning bureau at the top design a tank and then just go tell the factories what to make. They want to have competition in it. Now, as the war progresses along, and including we were earlier talking about Speer, and hello, I guess, that's Exergen, I guess, is here. Hello, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. I know you've probably said hello a while ago, but I've been just going on about things, hopefully entertainingly. They become more centralized planning. And a lot of people will focus on that. Compare Germany in 1933 when Hitler comes to power to 1945 when Hitler leaves power, as that is what National Socialism is. No, that's the pressures of the war pushing things to make stuff for the war. So things become more and more nationalized. There's always some level of nationalization with some level of nationalization with National Socialism. But National Socialism, I have studied this, and I'm not saying I'm a complete understanding of National Socialism, but I've studied it. And it's not just racial theory. That's part of it. That's a big part of it. But it isn't just that. National Socialism is a rejection of capitalism as it sees it as an exploitative system, right? So it doesn't want, and it sees capitalism more as what we would call state capitalism as opposed to free enterprise capitalism. But it does like from capitalism that competitive element. It does not want to say, shoe factory X, you make 10,000 shoes a year, shoe factory Y, you make 10,000 a year, and shoe factory Z makes 10,000 a year because we need 30,000 shoes per year in Germany. No, they want the different factories to compete against each other for comfort, style, whatever, to make better shoes. They want that competition to be out there. What they don't want is the factory owner to try to pay the employee as little as possible. So there is that socialism element in that they're going to, have party people in the DAF, the Deutsches Arbeitersfront, the German Workers' Front, or the German sort of labor union, if you will, in the factory to make sure, and, what's the pay packages for all the, the different levels of workers. Yeah, guys higher on the level will, get more than guys lower on the level, but they're all going to get a good, livable income kind of thing, a good sort of socialist income. It isn't leveling socialism like you find in the Soviet Union, in which, in theory, everybody's supposed to make the same. It isn't leveling. It is a hierarchical socialism style. So and it will definitely, oh, hey, you come up with a brilliant new plan, some worker, well, we'll give you a bonus, maybe a free car, maybe, some money or whatever, or both, or, so it has that idea of competitiveness built into it, but without either exploiting the worker or exploiting the customer. So it doesn't want the idea that, let's say, a factory or a person comes out with a new idea for a battery that's twice as good as any of the other batteries. And since it's twice, and to use his battery that is, however twice as good, is patented, and so I can charge whatever I want to it, but obviously you can't charge more than what people are able to pay for this, for whatever its use is. No, they don't want that. So they don't want that market element that's going to be able to charge as much as you can for something and still be able to sell it. No, they want to say, oh, yeah, you can make a profit on it. Yeah, you've come up with this great new battery. You can make money on it. But and I don't know that there was a fixed thing, but you can make 20% profit. So figure out all of the costs, the labor, the materials, the factory, all the costs, you can amortize all the costs of making this battery, and then, sell it for 20% more than that. You'll get rich. You'll have, a nice limousine to ride around in, and a Porsche to zip around in on the weekends, and you can have a nice big house in the city and a holiday house in the country, and you can live the lavish lifestyle. But you can't exploit the nation, the people, by overcharging, by making too much. See, this is how the National Socialists viewed capitalism, as exploitive. I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm saying this is their view. This is not, and people, those who don't know me well, I'm not a Nazi. I don't support these things. I'm trying to explain what they were historically. So before you get mad at me. You may get mad at me for being a free market capitalist with reasonable conditions here. I don't want unsafe working conditions or something, But so Hitler and the National Socialists saw capitalism as exploitive, both on the worker side and on the customer side. So you're exploiting the nation. But they wanted that competition that is not found in the Soviet Union, that is not found in fascist ideology. Okay, and so in either communism or fascism, which are both socialistic ideologies, but they're centrally planned type ideologies. And fascism does allow hierarchical, outcomes, but it's planned. It's a planned economy. That's the idea, the ideal of fascism. National Socialism is a competitive viewpoint. And it's not just competitive in industry or business. It's competitive at every stage. Even within the party, you have multiple parties with overlapping responsibilities, so that you get competition to have, whether it's in different regions, different aspects, overlapping competitions, going on that will struggle against each other. One to make you stronger is part of their ideology, but also to get rid of the weak, those that fail. Now, that can be very brutal, obviously, as we see what they saw as weakness and getting rid of people with limitations. I, again, don't want to be too demonetized, so please don't start posting stuff in chat, but you know what I mean. But it can just also mean some company going out of business, or some president of a company being fired because he's not up to the job, or some mid-level manager, he's not up to the level job, he loses his job and he gets some other job that has less responsibility that he can handle. It's supposed to be competitive. So it is a totalitarian system. It is a collectivist system, in that for the national good, the people's good as they see it. But it is hierarchical, and it is competitive. It is not what we see at the end of the war, when you are trying to do centralized planning of everything, because within a military operation, including military production, you want centralized planning. You may have different people coming up with different battle plans, but once you fix on a battle plan, you want everyone to work from the centralized command, right? And hopefully your centralized command is good enough that it, you know, deals with the difficulties of the campaign. Oh, this is harder, so we send more resources here than planned, or whatever. But you want it centralized coordination. So people often look at National Socialism, think that it's supposed to be the progression of what it is in 1933 to what it ends up being in 1945. That's only because of the war, not because of the National Socialist ideology. It is a competitive ideology. So, you have to have that in your understanding of German planning, understanding of German tank production. You are dealing with, up until near the end, dealing with these companies as companies that there's a lot of business mechanics still going on, and not just command economy. Yeah, if you were going to show, well, we refuse to build that Panzer II hull based, whether it's a Marder II or a Vesp, the artillery piece version. We refuse to build in that price, so we're just not going to build anything. We'll sit here until you meet our price. No, the SS are going to come in and take over your factory. Obviously, you're not going to be complete obstructionists, but you can go, no, it's going to cost you this. We're going to have to have this requirement of resources coming in. There's a lot of demands back from these companies, and it's actually, if you look into the records, and I can't quote a bunch of stuff, it's actually surprising, including late into 44, how much independence the companies that are producing the war machines, and not just aircraft, have. And I would say even in America, there's more centralized planning on production than there is in Germany. Speer is changing that as time goes on, but he never gets under his control as much as I think the U.S. does, and obviously not as much as the Soviet Union. And so you have to, so you have the German attitude of how to deal with things. You have the National Socialist attitude, how to deal with things that are, so you're having different companies competing for contracts, competing for resources, competing to keep, well, we only know how to, at this factory, we only know how to make and set up to make Panzer II, basic elements, transmission, engine, running gear, and we only set up for making armored fighting vehicles of the whole size of Panzer IIs, meaning you can't necessarily run a Panzer IV down our production line because it isn't wide enough and tall enough to handle a Panzer IV or something like that. So that they're lobbying the government, rightly or wrongly, to continue their production of Panzer II hull types. And Marder IIs are pretty decent for what they're supposed to be. And Wasps, with their, not as good as a Priest, which is the M7, the German or the American 105 vehicle, but based more on the Lee/Sherman hulls, because they're just bigger and more roomy. But so not as good as that, but still rather good. They're a bit cramped, so you can't carry that much ammunition with you. So you got to have trucks or something else following, supply half tracks following behind your mobile artillery. But and obviously they're not. Later on, the Germans do develop though don't put it in production, a turreted idea for artillery. Keep this in production. Now maybe that's very good because some mobile artillery and whatever else is very useful, but they lobby to keep these things going. So you have both the German way of doing things, the National Socialist way of doing things, and the third hindrance, Hitler's interference. Hitler, if you could get to Hitler was definitely, so long as you're praising him and not being defeatist in your attitude, you can move Hitler to your viewpoint, okay? On a predict, like I said earlier, but Guderian, yeah, he's in charge of tank production, but not heavy tank production, right? It doesn't say heavy. He just says tank production. Well, so whoever it was, I forget who was it, Ferdinand Porsche or somebody, got Hitler to, no, yeah, he doesn't control heavy tank production. So that is taken out from under Guderian's oversight, so you have those three elements that are disrupting German production throughout the war. Okay, let's see. Enough on with that. What's new? Oh, what's new? The U.S. I think is going to get Greenland, but that's another thing. I would prefer building 2 Jag Panzer IVs instead of 1 Jag Panther, easier production and lower profile. Yeah, but that big 88 millimeter gun on the Jag Panther, when we're talking about against heavy Soviet armor, may be necessary. So you're absolutely right for your standard T-34s, your standard American and British tanks. The Jag Panzer IV is going to do well. But if you look at the vehicle, especially the Jag Panzer IVA, the Alket version, which is not so good, they only put them in production because other production is lost, bombed out. I believe it's the first 2 road wheels or the first 4 road wheels on each side, one of the 2, are all steel because it's getting so heavy they can't put the rubber around they can't have a solid rubber tire because it's just getting too heavy because there's so much armor and big heavy gun out there that it's just not functional. So you're stressing that out, and with the L70 gun and the Jag Panzer V, the Vomag version, the lower profile version, doesn't quite need that, but you're stressing it out. You really can't, and keep the armor level up. You can't go to a bigger 88 millimeter gun like that's found on the Jag Panther, the Nashorn, or the Tiger II. You could lessen the armor and try to create in essence, a low profile Nashorn, if you will. You could do something like that weight-wise, but then you're maybe not have enough volume for handling the shells and handling the breach of that bigger gun. Obviously, you can make a Nashorn, because the Nashorn is sort of a mix somewhere between a Panzer IV and a Panzer III in some of its production elements. Obviously, you could make those on a Panzer IV transmission engine and road running system, but so yeah, the realities of the defensive war, and since I do think it is worth moving more production to the Panther, I think the Tiger production could all go to Panther production. Any expanded production could, new built production could go to Panther. And now, should you simplify the Panther? Absolutely. But at least the Panther is a rational choice. And so producing some holes with the heavier 88 millimeter gun on it, because it's heavier than the Tiger 1 88 millimeter gun on it, is a rational choice, is a good choice for a defensive operation. You mean 42? I'm not sure, but probably talking about some of that. Hello, Last Fish. Good to have you here. I'm just catching up with this. Would that be very radical speech? I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Maybe talking about some of the National Socialist stuff. Okay, but if so, lose it. But if you lose, it's not a war. No. The United States. This is not a hooray for America, or America wants to deny what it's doing. No, the United States has not, because the only body within the United States that can declare war is the United States Senate. The president can't declare war. The House of Representatives has nothing to do with declaring war. It is only the United States Senate. The last time the United States Senate declared war was in 1942, and it was against some of the Axis miners down in Romania and Hungary and whatever. That's the last time the United States has declared war, and in 1945, it has signed its last peace treaty with any of those nations that they had been at war with. So the United States populace, the United States industry, the United States whatever has not been mobilized for war since 1945. It has always been a sideshow. It has always been a military action in a far-off foreign country, often in a, especially at the time, in a unindustrialized, underdeveloped country somewhere, that it's just expeditionary forces. It isn't the United States is not at war. Be very, very, very afraid if the United States ever goes to war with anybody ever again. It will be horrific. It will be horrific. If you ever make America mad enough to go to war with you, and it may also be horrific for America too. I'm not saying it won't be, because like if we were to actually go to war with China, and even if we somehow take nuclear weapons off the table, how many millions of Americans are going to die driving towards Beijing or other major centers of China, and how much America is going to die in all of that. So it will be horrific if America ever goes to actual war again. It has been at peace since World War II. No worries. Basically, you only need research small airplane frames to produce it in PvE game, right? Yes. The Tiger was expensive tank, but it showed some good results in the East and also propaganda morale success. Oh yeah. Okay. Now I'm not when I'm talking about rationalization and production and development. The Panzer IV is basically the one tank that is there at the beginning of the war in 1939. Very small numbers, and they get more for 1940 going after France, but is there in very small numbers and is effective in 1939, and it is still there in 1945 and still effective. Not against everything, it's not going to be, 10 Panzer IVs aren't going to take out 10 Joseph Stalin IIs in the Battle of Berlin or something like that. It is not, it's not some wonder weapon throughout the thing, but it is the one tank that's there at the very beginning and still at the end. Because in 1939, even though at peace, America doesn't have the Sherman yet. None of the British tanks that it has in 1939 are still in production in 1945. It's the Soviets, in 1939 do not have really the T-34 in production. It's more of a 1940 thing, I believe, that it's in production. But it's close. It's the next closest one to having something throughout the war. So the Panzer IV is the one tank that starts and ends the war as still a reasonably effective frontline tank, and not just something sitting out in reserves, somewhere. But the reserves are desperately pushed into action. So you recognize, including getting against the T-34, you need a better tank. German production is not capable of immediately jumping to a Panther. Obviously, we see the Panther rushed to the battlefield too soon at Kursk. That's the first time it hits the battlefield. So that's in 44. So sometime between 41 and 44, you need to develop a new tank, and that's the Tiger. The Tiger does pretty damn well. But once you start getting that Panther into production, you should start to be looking at moving things like the Tiger, things like some of the Panther IV production, to Panther production, and rationalize your production out to a fewer models. Guderian realized this, Speer realized this, and then, heavy tanks. So that's why because Guderian, to my knowledge, does not want, not that he doesn't like the Tiger II, not that he thinks the Tiger II is bad that I know of, but it's just not going to be rational to produce it at the desperate state that Germany is in 1944 to 45, because they don't really start showing up until very late 44. The Ardennes offensive in the West, I believe, is the first time we see the Tiger II. And they're a bunch are collected, and there's sort of a good little film clip of all the Tiger IIs getting ready, lined up and whatnot for propaganda purposes, but getting ready for the some elements of the Battle of Budapest, either the initial battle to defend it or the relief mission or something on the east for that thing that they're getting ready to go down there. So yes. Okay. You got a point about definitions. Okay, Beamslam understands my definitions. Yes, it isn't just some sort of cope for America not having to eventually, armistice out, not because we're still technically the Korean conflict that's UN approved. Soviets were boycotting that day. Literally, they decided never to boycott again the UN because you might get another Korean intervention. Currently, that Korean intervention of the UN, authorization is still in effect. The only nation outside of South Korea that still has troops in Korea to honor that UN commitment is the United States. It is only a ceasefire. It is only an armistice. It's like the 1918 armistice at World War I. They were still at war with Germany until the Versailles, and then later for the Americans, and just shortly later, the Saint-Germain Treaty. That's when you actually get peace versus the West. Now, you can talk about versus the Bolsheviks or versus whatever's fighting still going on in the old Austro-Hungarian Empire or other treaties that deal with some of that stuff. But peace with France, Britain, U.S., and Belgium, and whatever in the West. You don't get peace until actual peace. You may have no more fighting on the front lines, and whatnot, but at the armistice in 1918. But you don't actually get peace until Versailles is signed. In theory, not in practice, but in theory, Germany could have, we're ending the armistice. We're going back to war with you. Your treaty terms at Versailles are too harsh. No, they go, yeah, okay, they're harsh. They're too harsh, but we can't really go back to war and think we're going to win. So we'll peace out. And this, you might think the idea of that is just some sort of paper definition, but it also is. And the Senate, through declaring war, will only do so if it has the overwhelming support of the American people. The American people, like as we see, particularly in World War II, is sort of the mad as hell when we're not going to take it anymore. And, if necessary, there will not be a German left alive. Because if they thought they needed to, they would have. And if they had the ability, they would have nuked everybody in Germany and everybody in Japan and gone home and go, oh yeah, there used to be Carthage, there used to be a Germany, and there used to be a Japan. There's this now radioactive wasteland. That is to the extent of how mad we were, particularly at Japan, but also at Germany. You will surrender unconditionally to us at the end of a war like that. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. It isn't just some sort of paper definition. It is the national will, the organized will, centralized will, the production, the madness, and I mean madness as in maddeningly enraged that we're no longer rational. Okay, we are no longer irrationally thinking people. We are out for blood, and we are not going to stop until we have your neck on your throats and you are saying, peace, 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 whatever you want. You can have whatever you want. Just stop killing us. That is what it will be like if America ever goes to war again. So don't. And I know no one listens to me. I mean, we got less than 20 people here between YouTube and Twitch. But that world, I mean, if somebody could get this to the world leaders and friends, enemies of America, whatever, that's what it will be like if you ever get America mad enough to actually go to war again. We will no longer be a rational thinking people. We may do rational production, we may make rational battle plans, but we are going to crush the ever-living hell out of you. You do not want to face that. Now, what will it take? I don't know, for the American people to get that mad. I'll tell you one thing it probably will do. If there's a few mushroom clouds in America, whether somehow North Korea launches a few missiles and they get here, or whether a terrorist puts a nuclear bomb in a cargo container and smuggles it into America, and Denver, Colorado goes up in a mushroom cloud, and Savannah, Georgia goes up in a mushroom cloud, and a couple other cities go up in a mushroom cloud. Most of America will be fine, obviously,
but we will be so mad as hell that any country that we think is involved in that is going to be crushed. Not like the gentle handling that we had in the gentle, and I do mean gentle handling that we had in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. We will be crushing whatever. So please, people, do not do something that makes America that mad. That you do not want to face. Kursk is 43. Okay, repeat. Thank you. I do sometimes keep the dates a little off. So it's fairly late in not winter but summer or whatever. 43, I believe, then is when you get the Panther in. Okay. What's Last Fish saying? I heard Sherman tanks actually are more expensive than Panzer IVs. Well, that doesn't matter. It matters your efficiency in production is what matters, and your ability to produce. You know, how many factories. We produced so many Shermans that we were sending new Shermans to Europe that I think, what was it, 600 or something Shermans? We were sitting around when Europe going, we got all these Shermans. We've re-equipped all of our divisions with newer, better Shermans. Well, we're going to put, I think it was like 600 Shermans or some number. We're going to put them on ships, send them back to America, recondition them, and they end up giving most of them to India and Australia to fight the Japanese. But instead of consuming them in battle, instead of needing them to fight the enemy, we had more Shermans in theater. We couldn't give them away to the Free French because we had enough to give to the Free French that they could equip them. We couldn't give more to the British because we were giving them Shermans, obviously, as well as they were producing their own. These were tanks that we had literally no use for as a combat vehicle. I mean, we could have, I guess, given them to somebody to drive around to plow their fields or something as a farm tractor, pull the turrets off and turn them into an armored farm tractor or something, but we had no military use for them in Europe. We had no easy ability to get them from, because a lot of these were in North Africa, to get them from there to the Soviet Union. There are already, supply lines coming from America. You couldn't just pop them on a ship and send them to Iran easily. That takes planning. So, yeah, we were out producing enough. So it's not how much does it cost to produce a Sherman versus a Panzer IV. It's how efficiently you produce and how many you can produce. And so that is, yes, the sum of all fears. That's exactly, there is, I believe it's Denver, Colorado or something is the bomb that goes off there. So, yes. And Beam Slam, actually, the first encounter with the Tiger II was in Normandy in July in the British section. Okay, was it that early? You sure about that? Tiger II? Not, because I thought it was, now if you know, you know. I'll trust you if you're sure of that, not just think you know. I thought it was the Ardennes offensive that was the first use of the Tiger II in the West. So it did really harsh. Sounds like the movie scenario. Yes. Tiger II versus Pershing, who would win and why? The Pershing would win over the Tiger II, very clearly. Because the Tiger II would be sitting somewhere with no fuel, and the Pershing would have plenty of fuel and drive around and kill it. Simple as that. The Yag Tiger II, the Yag Tiger, the big one, but based on the Tiger II hull. If you read about the accounts of, and I have read about them, the accounts of them trying to use them, the Germans trying to use them, it's just one comedy of errors after another. There's one time, one Yag Tiger II, I'm saying Tiger II to make sure you understand it's on that hull. One of them delays a whole battalion, Allied battalion, I don't forget whether it's British or America, for like a week. It's somewhere in some position that there's some infantry and other lighter supporting units, but that alone stops the whole advance of the battalion for like a week or 5 days or something like that. But if you look at the Yag Tiger II, some of them are destroyed by German forces because the Germans don't know what they are. Haven't seen that before, let's kill it. And they don't always put big Balkan crosses or other things on it to be clearly identified as to what nation they are. So some are killed by their own side because they're driving along somewhere, and the local armed forces, local army or Sturmgewehr, or not, Volkssturm or whatever, doesn't realize that they're friendly and destroy a few of them that way. But a lot of them are just running out of fuel and get abandoned and other things. It's just a comedy of errors, and also trying to move them around because they're so heavy they can't cross certain bridges and other things. So the biggest problem with the Tiger II is he uses so much fuel, and Germany just doesn't have fuel. And other than that one time that Patton is stopped because he's running out of fuel because they're giving all the fuel to Montgomery, generally Americans have much more fuel, so they're just going to outdo it. Oh, and the other thing is as the Tiger II and the Pershing are getting ready to battle each other, the Tiger IIs will be destroyed by air power. So, it doesn't really, come in. You have to also do that. Okay, yes, used last fish. Good to see you. Okay, and I do notice a few names that I'm not used to seeing, whether on YouTube or Twitch. I stream mostly on Saturdays and Sundays, starting about 3 hours ago. Though next weekend we're going to start earlier. And often I do play a bit more than I played so far today, but a lot to talk about. I like to engage with chat. So if you want to follow or subscribe to the channel, please do so. And on Sundays, you're invited to join and play with us. We play War Thunder. If we get enough people, I'll start doing custom battles again, 6-on-6 or whatever, and do some interesting battles that way, not just the big random battles, or just hang out on Sundays and play there. So it's just pushing that out. Okay, and yes, the Tiger II already show up. Okay, well, God, there's so much to know on in that. And I will get to Beam Simon's thing. I realize the U.S. may be the only nation can real total mobilize logistics in World War II. Yes. Not even Germany can do that in World War II. Yes. And people have been going, about Trump's recent speech, and I will get into some of the more modern stuff here in just a moment. I know we haven't played much. Sorry about that, but I'm enjoying myself. I hope you're enjoying. And not always, but often my streams will devolve into interesting chats about history and politics and things like that. But if you truly look at all of the equipment, and particularly trucks, that we give to the so like Trump's speech, yeah, we won World War II. Well, in several sense, the U.S. did win World War II. In one sense, I'll say we won in that all other nations just survived World War II. Britain did not win. Britain's empire falls apart. The Soviet Union is just barely surviving at the end. China just survives. Everybody else just survives World War II or is defeated. America wins in that we are in a better place at the end of that war than at the beginning, even with considering the loss of life. Most nations just survive it. But we win World War II also. Not that more Americans died than Soviets. No, more Soviets died. And, Trump, some people are criticizing Trump for what he's saying. But if you really look at all the Studebaker and other trucks that we send to the Soviet Union, I do not believe the Soviet Union could have mounted its offensives without the American trucks. I mean, just that one factor alone. They're making the Gaz truck. Soviets are making large numbers of trucks. But they would not, I think 10,000 plus trucks or something is sent to the Soviet Union. That they would not, either internally moving supplies, resources, and other things that need to be moved around by trucks, strategically moving supplies to the front and reinforces via truck. And they're also using trains too. Oh, we're also sending engines and railway cars to the Soviet Union as well. More engines, I think, are more critical, but we're also sending those to the Soviet Union. But just on trucks, as well as the tactical mobility, towing an artillery piece along, at the front, repositioning it, moving some, motorized, infantry and other forces around the actual fighting front in trucks. The Soviet Union could not have done the offensives that it did. Not saying it would have been conquered, but it would not have been nearly as offensively oriented had it not been just for the American trucks. And we gave so much other supplies to them. We built thousands of I call them Bren gun carriers. People know them technically they're universal carriers. We built in the United States to give the Commonwealth forces. They were slightly different. They were a bit longer. They had one extra road wheel in them. But the Commonwealth forces, I don't know how much Britain used them versus Canadian or Australian troops or something, but or South African or whoever. So we were producing, Bren gun carriers for them. Canada decides it wants to build a tank because, hey, yeah, we're Canadian, and oops, we don't use it because Americans are, they build a bunch of them. You see them in War Thunder, but they end up not sending them overseas because Americans are just supplying so many tanks to them. There's no need to introduce the Ram tank into it. They sort of use the holes to do other things with them. But yeah, America's logistics, which is getting the stuff to the front, as well as its production ability, is beyond anything anyone else could do at the time. And it's not just hooray for Americans are great. Now, it's also, you have to realize, we're one continent, 50 nations, if you put it that way, because people often, when they hear states, they think provinces. But we're 50 states, 50 nations put together as one. Well, in World War II, it's only 48. But putting together as one, a huge mass of people working together as one, and we do have coastal batteries that stay, big naval guns mounted in fortifications along the coasts, both coasts, including down in Panama and the Gulf Coast, that are manned until the end of the war. And it's only the only reason we get rid of the coastal artillery, which is an almost separate branch of the Army, as in the Army Air Corps is sort of a separate branch within the Army. The coastal artillery is fully manned, fully equipped until the end of the war. The only reason that goes away is because of nuclear weapons. We don't need, between modern missiles and aircraft and nuclear weapons, we don't need coastal artillery anymore, so that goes away. It sort of shifts into homeland, the Nike system and some of the other homeland anti-aircraft missile systems, but that's under the Air Force's control, not the Army's. And that's also part of the breaking out of the Army Air Corps into a separate branch after the war function that happens. So it's this whole continent that is not really threatened with attack. Yeah, we fight the Japanese hard up in the Aleutian Islands, up in Alaska area, and sure, we're dealing with, fighting the submarines off our coast and things like that, sure. But it's a continent that is well integrated. And yes, you look at, other continents like, South America. I know there are different countries down there, but they're not as, there is certain Americanisms that they don't have, if you will. Certain yay for just being American. Too, that is part of it, but it's also just part of the continental scale of industry that is sort of, if you will, an island continent that is protected at the time and is able to produce. And that is still functionally the same today, except we have nuclear weapons that we have a danger from. So, yeah, that is a real thing. Okay, and yes, no, it was Normandy from Wikipedia. The first combat use of the Tiger II was by the first company of the third Schwerabteilung, or Schwer Panzerabteilung, the heavy Panzerabteilung 503 during the Battle of Normandy, opposing the Canadian offensive in Operation Atlantic between Torin and Dorville in July 18th, 1944. Okay, so mid 44. 2 were lost in combat while the company's commander tank became irrevocably trapped after falling into a bomb crater. Okay, created during Operation Goodwood. Okay, very interesting. I did not know it was that early. Nothing wrong with Trump's speeches. Trump's style of speaking, I don't find very pleasing. I think his style works with a lot of Americans who need certain points reinforced, but I'm not. His speech style is not my favorite, but yeah, I think generally speaking, he's doing good. Well, I don't believe Germans can real defeat Soviets even without the U.S. help. Okay. Last fish. Here's something that I have 2 maxims here. Those that have been around for a while know this. Warfare is a political act. One maxim. Politics is perception. Another maxim. Okay. So, on paper, France's army and France's air force is bigger, have more tanks, and I'm not even talking about the old, FT-17s, literally left over from World War I. The French tanks have heavier armor. Those R-35 and H-35s are have thicker armor than the, generally speaking, I mean, obviously we can talk technicalities, than like the Panzer Is for sure and Panzer IIs. Their guns are pretty pathetic, but they're undermanned in the single-man turret and things like that. There's other deficiencies, but in many ways, France has more and better, and it has a more modern aircraft than Germany does, than the Luftwaffe does. Alone, not even talking about the RAF or whatever Belgium might be able to throw into the fight. Because you have to look at that matchup. Yes, Germany also invades the Netherlands and is invading Denmark and Norway at the time, but the Western Allies weren't very sure that those things were going to happen. There may have been hints that they were going to happen, but they're sure that Belgium is going to be invaded. They're sure of that, and Belgium is even sort of realizing we're going to be invaded and is sort of secretly cooperating with the Western Allies, though they do pathetic. Now France gets really worried when Britain starts doing some night bombing of Germany before the fall of France, because they're worried about the overwhelming power of the Luftwaffe that's so much larger than the French Air Force. Because Germany created the perception that the Luftwaffe was larger than whatever you call the French Air Force in France, in French. So it's a perception that Germany is stronger than France. Germany is able to concentrate attacks that are overwhelming in local areas to France. But France is also demoralized nationally. It is divided nationally. There are royalists. There are, if you will, there are imperialists, which are people that support, Bourbon. There are fascists. There are moderate centrist liberals, if you will. There are socialists. There are communists. France is divided. It's, and one of the German propaganda posters and things that they were putting out in leaflets. Do you want to die for Danzig? Directed at both the French and the French and the British, I should say. Sorry. Do you really want to die for Danzig? Is this war over Danzig worth your fighting for? And in the idea, not a war for the survival of France as France, but do you really want to die over Danzig? And there's a lot of Frenchmen that don't want to fucking die for Danzig. Okay? They don't. They don't want to see Paris occupied either, but, so France gives up. Okay? France is beaten before the first German tank rolls across the Luxembourg frontier. Okay? France is defeated before, in my contention, is before the Germans go across the Luxembourg frontier. Because things don't go well. Had Germans assaulted the Maginot Line and been thrown back, well, okay, French national spirit would go up. Now, if Germany, in my opinion, and obviously we don't know this is Gamer's opinion here, however much, and new people know I've studied a lot. Doesn't mean this is, again, I'm couching this as opinion because I don't know it would be a fact. But had, in 1941, Germany successfully taken both Leningrad and Moscow, I think Stalin, as leader of the Soviet Union, would have collapsed. Not necessarily the Soviet or the Communist Party would have collapsed, but Stalin would have been removed from power, probably just killed. And whatever structure was left would have signed a peace agreement. And Hitler, if you talk to Hitler before the war starts, during the war, during when the good days are going, Hitler does not want to take all the Soviet Union. Hitler has a mistaken view of America, but he wants to see or replicate America's gradual expansion across, the Americas in here. He wants to take a big chunk of land, get it organized, get it Germanified, 20 years later, take another chunk of land, keep that martial spirit, another 20 years, take another chunk of land, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and eventually we'll end up here. Or something, maybe Lake Baikal, I don't know. But over the generations, move east. He does not want, and he realizes enough that he is not going to be able to occupy the Soviet Union. Now, what would be the thing after Stalin goes? Would it be a new Russia? Would there be because there was sometimes they call themselves, and there's a couple of different groups that are all very irrelevant, but I've collected some of the information. There was one group hanging out in Manchukuo that the Japanese sort of support. There's at least one group that has, a few thousand members or whatever in America that are Russian. Sometimes they call themselves National Socialists or Nazis. Sometimes they call themselves fascists. Sometimes they're using the swastika. But I say call themselves because I don't even think they know what real National Socialism is. But they're sort of a fascist-like anti-Bolshevik movement that continues in some time and hopes that, and the big, they hope to replace the Soviets. In America, they're somewhat suppressed because obviously we want good relations with the Soviet Union as they fight Hitler. They're still sort of allowed to exist, meaning they're not all locked up, but they're, I don't remember the details, but they're an anti-Soviet, but not trying to return the Tsar in any form, whether as a constitutional monarchy or as an absolutist monarchy, or, because you can have a Tsar and still have a, like you have in Britain, you have a king still, and you have a, parliament running the thing, So they weren't necessarily, this group wasn't trying to bring back some version of the Tsar. It wasn't trying to be some sort of liberal democracy. It was trying to bring some sort of totalitarian government. And I'm not necessarily saying one of those groups would have come in and take over, but could you have seen a more fascist-like, less communist-type totalitarian dictatorship arrive in Russia? Could you have seen some out of Yugoslavia? The Germans would not let any of the white Russians that came either to France, because there were large tens of thousands white Russians in France, and about equal numbers. I mean, I don't have good numbers for you, but tens of thousands of white Russians in Yugoslavia. They would not let any of those people come to the Eastern Front. They blocked them all. They would use particularly the white Russians in Yugoslavia to fight the partisans here. But these guys, they thought would be a problem. They thought that the other collaborationist units, including like the Ukrainians, which were sort of the collaborationist Ukrainians, were not fighting to become part of a free Russia. They were fighting to become a part of a free Ukraine. Oops, that was going to be part of Germany. But the Germans didn't tell them that too much. So, but they were afraid that these guys, and a lot of them, they thought the old officers were out of date. They were World War I in their training and focus and belief. So they didn't think that they thought they would cause more problems than good if they showed up here and tried to use them to fight here. So they only recruited either former, prisoners or others that, after occupation would join various collaborationist forces. But these guys, romantically at least, would want the Tsar back in power and would want the complete Russian Empire. And that's part of the problem is they, at least emotionally, would want their complete Russian Empire back in power, including the Baltic states and whatever, a territory that Germany would want. So, but they might have settled for a Tsar and a smaller Russia. But so there was a lot of stuff going on. What would have the Russia look like if that had happened? So now, if they had taken Leningrad and Moscow in 1943, well, that isn't the collapse. That's just we're losing, we're still fighting. Okay. So, and if Germany did not have to deal with America, did not have to deal with Britain, did not have to heavily occupy France for fear of a British invasion, did not have to fight the British down in the Mediterranean. If it's just Russia v. Germany, if you will, and I do say that Russia because whether it's the Soviet Union or not, but is not clear, because if you're just talking a war of attrition and occupation, and if Russia is willing to fight to the last man, I don't know that Germany can fight its way and occupy all the way to the Ural Mountains, in a logistical sense, and how much manpower they're going to have, as they did get a certain amount of collaborationists, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of collaborationist elements. Some are not really, they're more police type or internal security and only sort of pushed in the last moment into the front lines and don't do well. Are they, but what, as you can see from my discussion, it isn't necessarily a complete war of attrition to the last man on either side. So what does that victory or defeat without the Western Allies? I think even Stalin, if you weren't at war with Britain, you weren't at war with America, if whatever the French and the British empires looked like, but they still sort of kind of existed. I say that because something like, Indochina might be Japanese occupied or something, but the empire sort of kind of existed, but they had sort of pieced out. I think Stalin would have been willing to negotiate a settlement. It depends on what that settlement is. Would Hitler have accepted, something from, leaving Leningrad, maybe to the Soviets, down to Rostov on the Don? Would it sort of been that? I think Stalin would have settled for that, and that would have been a German victory. Okay. Now, getting ready for round 2 or round 3 or however you look at World War I and the fight against Germany and Russia, if you put all that together, round 3 or round 4 or whatever it's going to look like, that's a different matter. So I think it is quite capable of Germany to get a victory over the Soviet Union without having to worry about other elements. So yeah. Now, like I say, I don't know that they'd conquer everything to the last man. Okay, let's see. Stalin did know the storm was coming. Yeah, Stalin knew that something was coming, but he didn't know it was coming so soon. He thought, Stalin was shocked that the invasion happened and he put himself into isolation. I think he thought it would only come after there was some sort of armistice with Britain. I think that's what Stalin thought. That it was coming, and that he was maybe preparing for an offensive. Doesn't mean he was going to carry out an offensive, but he was making preparations for an offensive if conditions warranted it. Then he might do an offensive against Germany. I don't think it was imminent, as some people have claimed, but I do think there were plans for the possibility. Like if somehow Britain is defeating, or America does come in, or something like that happens, and Germany's on the ropes, he's ready to attack. Okay, let's go back up the chat a little bit more. 400,000 Jeeps and trucks from Wikipedia. Thanks, Theo Mask. Yeah, it's just like 12,000 armored vehicles and 11,000 airplanes. U.S. has really got some help, good help, yes. And this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying with all the other conditions being equal, without that American aid, the Soviet Union would have been defeated. What I'm saying is, I don't think all the offensives would have happened as they did. I think the Soviets would have been greatly limited in their ability to go on offensive against Germany. Now, I could still tie up a huge amount of German divisions in the east that would allow the West to defeat them. And so I'm not saying America bled the most, or any sort of, had the most casualties, or fought in the most battles, or defeated the most Germans. But America partially by its combat forces. Its Navy really over, Britain's doing okay fighting the U-boats, but it's really the American Navy that comes in that squashes the U-boats. It's the American 8th Air Force is what's devastating Germany's industry. Yes, the British Air Force, Royal Air Force, I forget what command, bomber command, just generally, shall we say, is definitely a major part of that, but it isn't going to do as much as it did if it didn't already have the American Air Force destroying aircraft factories that are limiting the German aircraft production to build night fighters to shoot down British bombers at night. So Britain, if Britain didn't have the American 8th Air Force along with other air forces fighting, in Italy and other fronts, if it didn't have that 8th Air Force fighting over Germany, Britain would have lost more night bombers because there would have been more night fighters up shooting them down. Okay, so doesn't mean Germany wouldn't have been damaged by British night bombing, but it would not have been nearly as bad, just straight up. So America wins World War II in that effect, not trying to diminish any other nations, China, the Dutch in exile, the French in exile at first, and then later after we get Paris that they're raising units, not trying to diminish any of their very real commitments to the war. Okay, and even in the last moments, we see something like Denmark, who's been very quiet, but very, very quietly, partially from American and British, delivers of dropping arms off from airplanes, but storing up airplanes to get ready for a national uprising when they see the time is right. America would like that to happen, coincide with D-Day to be the distraction. I think it happened somewhat after it, but even when you're talking about, because Denmark is still basically controlled by Germany at the end of the war, but there is a national uprising that the Germans have to deal with. So yeah, all of that, but through most of the war, they don't really do partisan activities until that national uprising, where the Dutch, the Belgians, and the French do. There is a more of a real resistance movement. So not trying to diminish anybody else's contribution or how much they bled in World War II, but it really was America that won it. Had America stayed entirely out of it, that's meaning not even sent cash and carry for weapons, and had not sent food to Britain. Canada can feed a lot of people, Australia can feed a lot of people, but if you don't have American shipping to move that food to Britain, and especially how long it takes to get a ship from Australia to Britain and back again to relay food from Australia to feed Britain, if you're not having any support from America, because you got to realize, even before America gets into it, they sort of kind of put out, and we actually lose one ship. What is it, the James Reuben or something, to U-boats that we're saying the western half of the Atlantic is sort of a no-go zone for German U-boats. Don't fight in the western half of the Atlantic. So we're already protecting part, and not very well, but a bit, protecting British convoys for half of the Atlantic. Again, it's not like any super level. In 1940, before, or not, sorry, not 1941, before the U.S. enters the war. So if we entirely stayed out of it, guys, Britain is basically doomed. It really is. I mean, even, like, we didn't give any material aid, even selling, if we didn't sell any material aid, not just giving it away, but Britain is doomed. It really is. You just, it can almost do it on its own, through its own imperial thing, almost, but not quite. Even early on, America is sending fighters to France that are, when France falls, they're still in crates that later get assembled for the Vichy Air Force, and some of those go and bomb I think some French bombers go after um, uh, the British attack the French fleet and kill a bunch of French sailors. Um, you know, France bombs Gibraltar. I think those were with American-made bombers. I think there's and some of those airplanes destined for France end up going to Britain, but not so much to Britain. They go to places like Burma and Singapore. There's like a bunch of fighters, I think, still in crates in Singapore when the Japanese take over because they're just showing up. But meaning that in 1941, prior to America entering the war, those airplanes are going. The British are going, well, we'll take over what you had already built for the French. Oh, well, what are we doing? They're not good enough to defend Britain because they weren't that great. Well, let's send them out to our colonial empire just to, be reinforcements and training out there. And then, oops, the Japanese attack too fast. So without that, I would say Britain falls. And without Britain in the war, and there's just a war with the Soviet Union, I'm very unsure. I'm not going to say Germany's going to win for sure. No, and I'm not. But I think there's going to be a significant military success, and because you realize you have the whole delay of the Yugoslav/Greek campaign to get done prior that's delaying Barbarossa. So you would have had 6-8 weeks or whatever earlier. Launching of the Barbarossa campaign, plus all the units that are occupying Greece and Yugoslavia, and then eventually, Rommel's stuff gets sent down to North Africa. All of those supplies, those aircraft, and all that stuff, all operating in Operations Barbarossa, and not because we're not counting the occupation troops in France, the Netherlands, Norway, or whatever, but we're talking about all of the occupation and other sort of troops down in the Mediterranean. All of that and all that logistical support, all of that fuel, all of aircraft and whatever, all driving against the Soviet Union on the Barbarossa. That would have increased Barbarossa's chances. Plus 6 to 8 weeks earlier, somewhere in that thing, they might have taken Leningrad and Moscow, and that would be, I say is a good chance that's the ability, if Hitler doesn't ask for too much, and Stalin particularly, not necessarily the Soviets, but Stalin collapses, or Stalin survives but is shaky in power and is more worried about wanting to kill his internal enemies than fight the Germans. If he can get, keep Moscow, whether he keeps Leningrad, obviously we keep something like Stalingrad at that time, but Ukraine, the Baltic states, to whatever status they get, occupied Poland would go to Germany. Like I say, Ukraine and Belarus or White Russia or whatever you want to call this in here, that all goes to Germany. I think Stalin would have done that to survive. I think a post-Stalin regime might have done that to survive. I think Hitler might have been willing to take that as all that he takes. Because even if he demands disarmament, well, the Soviets have already helped Germany play the game of hide your weapon systems, in development. So yeah. So, okay, let's see. Stalin did know, he knew the storm was coming, but like I say, he thought it was going to happen after Britain was totally defeated. When Germany invaded the Soviet Union, still early mobilization, but Soviets eventually they get underestimate the importance of the logistics. Yeah. The war is about the capability of mobilization. Yeah, but Germany is able to mobilize better than the Soviet Union. That doesn't mean that Germany is going to be able to, again, supply panzer divisions fighting, out here at Kazan or something, effectively. But given a bit of time and without having to worry about other problems, they could easily revitalize this railway network and be more mobile in here logistically than the Soviets will be alone. That's my... Okay, Hitler, too much. I don't know. Okay, Beam Slam. In my opinion, Germany lost in 42, maybe winter 41 when Barbarossa failed in 43. Yeah, I entirely agree with you, Beam Slam. The war was lost by 42. Lost by 42, for sure. It was lost. Again, another thing that I describe war, there's two types of war. a war of maneuver and decision. Okay. That would be like the war between France and Germany in 1940. Germany maneuvers and creates decision, meaning wins battles, and that wins the war. Then there's wars of attrition. These are fighting that go on over time, and you wear down the enemy. Doesn't mean that there isn't maneuver and decisions in a war of attrition, but it becomes that. It's like we can look at the American Civil War. Early on, especially when it's right up here, and what is commonly called the Battle of Bull Run, but also known as the Battle of Manassas, when the Confederacies defeat Lincoln's army, and this is Lincoln's only real army at this moment. He doesn't have armies all over the place. He has the Army of the Potomac, and because Lincoln at that point calls for a 90-day army. That's all he asks for is 90 days. He thinks that's what it's going to need to create this army and move into the South and get these states that are declaring independence, these rebellious states, that they'll just give up. We get this big, large army and we move down there. Well, he gets this army. The 90 days are almost up, and he realizes that all those people are going to go home because that's all that they were recruited for 90 days. I think I'm right on that. And so he decides to launch this army. He pushes the army to go. And they go in and they get defeated enough that they're literally panic running back, along with a lot of the spectators, are panic running back to Washington, D.C. A lot of the elements in Washington, D.C. are panic and fleeing. Now, the Confederacy, its army, is not under Lee yet. Lee is running around the Confederacy at this time, organizing up the Confederate military. It is Beauregard, I believe, is the general in charge up here. The Confederate Army is not in good shape. It is not in a good shape to fight a Battle of Washington. But would that have been necessary? Had all you'd done is just push some troops north, would the Union Army continue to collapse? Very well, maybe. But had they taken Washington, D.C., liberated some of the Baltimore legislature, the Baltimore was, or not Baltimore, but I've seen Baltimore up here, the city, you need to liberate that. But Maryland was a slave state. It was very divided on whether it was going to stay in the Union or leave, but it was a slave state. Lincoln locked up a bunch of government officials. No trial, just locked them up. Just put them in jail for basically the duration of the war, because they were known sympathizers to the South. Not that they were going to do anything illegal, but just in case they might, they got locked up. Had they come in and liberated these people, Maryland might have joined the Confederacy, and I think that would have ended the American Civil War, and there would be both the Confederate States of America and the United States of America. And that's all it would have taken. But it does not achieve that goal. So the war becomes a war of attrition. Yeah, there's lots. You can look at the campaigns of General Jackson in the Shenandoah Valley. You can look at overall the larger campaigns of Lee here with the Army of Virginia. You can look at the various armies out here in the West. Lots of maneuver and decision. But ultimately it is a war of attrition. The North has a larger population. And if you think the South, there's many, many more whites than there are black slaves. Okay. It is not like you found down here in Haiti and some of the other Spanish colonies, a few Europeans or a few whites, thousands, but a few with a lot more black slaves. No, there's a lot more whites than there are black slaves. There's black slaves, and in some states there's a lot, but there's a lot more whites than there are black slaves. But there's still a lot more populace here. And during the war, there's a lot of immigration coming in. There's no real restrictions to immigration. It's just come on in. And a lot of people are recruited right off the boats because you've just shown up in a new country with no money, and there's no social welfare program to give you food. So you want food, and here's somebody offering you free food and money if you join the army. So they're getting new recruits coming in from Europe all the time. And they're also, hey, we're, expanding our arms factory or whatever. You want to come to work for us? So the South does not have, because of the Union blockade, a flow in of people from Europe to work in factories and to fight in the front. So it becomes a war of attrition, and the South is always going to lose a war of attrition. So long as the North is willing to take the casualties, the North will always win. Doesn't mean, had after Richmond fell, had it turned into a guerrilla war, maybe the North would go, damn, it's another 5 years and they're still shooting at us. Do we still really want to keep dying? I don't know. But Jefferson Davis, to his credit, I do respect the man. I know he was fighting for slavery and all that, but I do respect the man. He and Lee realized, and more Lee so. I mean, Jefferson Davis is trying to escape with the Treasury, but I don't really think he wants to have a guerrilla war. But Lee very much, who I greatly respect. Lee, greatly respect. He is one of the American greats. I know he fought. I know you can talk all about, but he was a traitor. Well, was he? He wasn't a traitor to Virginia. He was, and back then people were more loyal to their states than to a national idea. Changes later, but I greatly respect Lee. Doesn't mean I'm for slavery. It just means I respect Lee. He stops it from becoming a guerrilla warfare, and not only surrenders the Army of Virginia, but also instructs the other armies, which he does not really have direct command of, to also surrender, and they do so. So that is, the two types of war. And a war of attrition can be a guerrilla warfare, an insurgency, counterinsurgency type war. It can be tanks on the battlefield. But so if you're in a maneuver and decision phase of a war, and both of them, both even on the attrition, is, again, warfare is a political act, politics is perception. The U.S. kicks butt against the Tet Offensive in 1968 in Vietnam. But because Cronkite and the others sabotaged that, because prior to the Tet, there was sort of a semi-truce for the Tet holiday. That was just for the holiday. But because the Viet Cong had stopped doing a lot of aggressive actions to get prepared for the Tet Offensive, it looked to the Americans like, we're winning this war. So they were telling everybody we were winning this war. This war is almost won. And then the Tet Offensive happens. So a combination of leftist sabotage by Cronkite and other leftists, and perception that the U.S. was, the government was telling the people we nearly won, and then, oh, wait a minute, here's this greatest offensive they've ever had. We must be losing the war. When in fact, that destroys the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong become a non-issue, basically, in the war. It becomes a war between the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army, and the U.S. and South Vietnamese Army for the rest of the war, from 68 through to 73, until we get that peace. And then, obviously, in 75, the North Viet, after the U.S., a couple years after the U.S. withdrawal, they take the rest. So the U.S. is winning the Vietnam War. The U.S., in essence, because they force the NVA to stop the fighting and withdraw to some degree, but stop the fighting, they win the Vietnam War. It is only 2 years later that North Vietnam invades South Vietnam, and South Vietnam collapses because they do not have American support. This is not just cope. This is reality. So, perception, even in an attrition war, because we don't want to die. Why did the Iraq and Afghanistan wars last 2 years? Because the cost to the American people was not very great. There were very few coffins coming home. There were more wounded people, horribly wounded in some cases, coming home, but still, compared to Vietnam, very few wounded people coming home. I mean, there were some, and there's still many survivors that are horribly wounded. I'm not trying to say that there wasn't blood, lives lost, blood shed. I'm not. But as a percentage of the American people, it was very minor. So we were willing to continue, and that's why it ground on for 20 years. And eventually America just gets bored and tired and whatever, so it leaves both of these things. And yeah, so warfare, even attritional warfare, because trust me, we could have even without nuclear weapons, we could have depopulated both of these countries, meaning nobody left alive. America has that ability. Hello, you're not Deutsch. Okay. Hello, 1LC Auto, how you doing? Don't worry, almost no one here is German. Well, I don't know anybody here today is German, but we do have some German people here. So, that are routine viewers. So yeah, that's war. So that you have to understand. And attrition. Germany is producing a lot. If you're not having Western bombing, if you're not having all that distraction, I don't know who wins between Germany and Russia. It's an interesting. Okay, just briefly, I guess we'll talk about some modern stuff if you want to hear my views. Trump's speech at Davos confirms what I was saying 2 weeks ago, because I bought. Oh, the description's cool. I don't have all the DLCs right now. I've just been sort of looking at this. Confirms what I said. The U.S. was not going to militarily invade Greenland. Trump never said he was going to militarily invade Greenland. It was only that he had the special operation against Venezuela to get Maduro had just been completed, and he was on Air Force One when he was asked about Greenland. So people outside of there, whether it's foreigners or American commentators, put military action in Venezuela and Greenland together and thinks that Trump is threatening military action. Trump was never going to, and he finally said, because Trump doesn't like to say what he isn't going to do, okay, on anything. If you go back to his old business deal, he doesn't say what he's not willing to do. He wants to leave that as an open question. But Trump was never going to send troops to annex. I mean, obviously we have troops or at least some U.S. armed forces in Greenland right now. We shut down all but one base because the Cold War was over. Wasn't Trump shutting that down? To my knowledge, it was other presidents. Maybe he did under his first presidency. I don't know. But Trump was never going to militarily invade Greenland and annex it. That was never in his mind. He was never threatening that. That was never going to be the thing. So when Greenland tells its people it needs to prepare for an American invasion, or the Danish government is getting its panties in a twist because it's thinking it's being threatened militarily, tells me one of two things. Either those fucking people are incompetent, or they were using the threat of America to get political power. Follow us. We're going to be attacked. You've got to let me be your leader and tell you what to do. So either they were trying to use the threat for their own purposes, or they're fucking incompetent. One of the two. The person on the street I don't blame, because they just get the information from the news. But Trump was never threatening military invasion. Now, he's been threatening actions. Things like, hey, we're going to put tariffs on, or we may not buy, may block selling of something from Denmark or from other countries in America. We're going to put tariffs on French wines and champagnes, or we're going to, he might be, or we're going to put diplomatic pressure. We're going to, reduce the amount of visas from Denmark coming to America, or, he might be taking diplomatic actions. Very realistic, and as I said, he might, to pressure Denmark to get Greenland. But he was never going to invade. Now, another very important thing, and I know Beam Slam and I have talked about this here, the rules-based order that has been ruling the world, shall we say, since 1989, post-Cold War, is over. And it's not because of Trump. It is not because of Trump. Nothing is because of Trump. Trump is a symptom. Trump is not the cause. And I had to think about this a couple of nights ago. The rules-based order ended when the Russians took Crimea. The fact that the invasion was not ruled out was amazing. Okay, I'll tell you right now, Beam Slam, the United States is not ruling out the invasion of Britain. We will not rule out the invasion of Britain right now because maybe there'll be an Islamic takeover in Britain and we'll need to go and free Britain from Islam. We will not rule out the invasion of Japan right now because maybe there'll become a psychopathic doomsday cult that takes over Japan and we'll need to invade Japan. So we're not ruling out the invasion of Japan. So if your Danish government doesn't understand this, you better go knock on their door and tell them that America might invade Britain and America might invade Japan if America thinks it needs to. It is not ruled out, let alone invading France, because, hey, invading France is like a fun sport. We might invade France someday. It is not ruled out. If you were to really talk to Americans and go, American planners, and would you rule out ever invading France? No, there might be a reason to invade France someday. We might. So if your leaders are so idiotic that they need a rule, well, we won't invade Denmark. Well, what if the Russians take over Denmark? Or what if there's a coup in Denmark? 50 people take over the government of Denmark and declare that we now support Putin, and Putin is the greatest leader in the world, and they take over, and the rest of NATO's gone, well, it seems to be a Danish national choice to become pro-Putin. We also don't have any money for bullets, so we can't do anything. The U.S. might invade Denmark still. We might. We're not, it's also the 11th Airborne Division, just on Arctic exercises, was put on alert. Don't know if that intel... Oh, the 11th Airborne Division on Arctic exercises. What the fuck does that have to do with Greenland? What am I showing you here? The snow and ice covered area that we may need to deploy troops, because if we institute use the Insurrection Act, which a bunch of, including, like, I think it was Eisenhower used the Insurrection Act. I think Kennedy used the Insurrection Act. Now, those were to deal with southern states over integration. We may invoke the Insurrection Act, which will allow not just the deployment of National Guard forces, but would be the deployment of regular Army forces to enforce laws in which the Army, because when the National Guard and the Marines, actually deployed to Los Angeles, because I was involved in the middle of it, I mean literally involved in the middle of it, deployed troops to Los Angeles over the Rodney King riots, they were not allowed to arrest anybody, okay? They could stand there. The Army was not allowed to have bullets in their guns, or not allowed to even have bullets on their person, okay? The National Guard troops and whatever. The Marines were not allowed to have bullets, but I've been informed by a few that were there, they didn't have them in their guns, but they had them in their pockets. Against orders. But the sergeants and the lieutenants knew it was happening. Whether the colonels and others knew, I don't know. Probably they did. But so that they could only protect themselves, and they could stand there. And I saw them standing there protecting buildings and institutions. They could assist a policeman in arresting somebody. Okay, so like right now, and I've gone through the in California, even though I'm no longer a resident there, the CCW class, the ability to carry a concealed weapon. You get put on a list for having that. And they actually do have out here in Inyo Kern counties, out in this part of California, that they have a list of all the CCW owners out there, and the dispatch officer has them. And you may get a phone call that says, "Hi, there is an officer at point whatever being shot at. You are to get your gun and go help that officer." Because that is part, and this is in California, including in Los Angeles City, though they never used it for that. But it's actively organized up in Inyo Kern County, in which the CCW owners are known by the government, because you get the government permit, and they are expected, when called upon, to actively come into a firefight to help a law enforcement officer. Now, the law enforcement officer is would be the arresting officer or whatever, and they've actually used this, I think, just a few rare times. But they will call in locals to get their gun and go shoot at people to help a law enforcement officer, right? It's just a civilian, just a citizen helping the law enforcement officer. These are on the laws on the books in California. They are part of the way it's done business. Again, in a city like Los Angeles, that's not really done. Out in very, very rural areas, it is done. Well, that's in essence that these Marines in the city of Long Beach, that's where the Marines were stationed, and the rest of it was National Guard, basically, here for the Rodney King riot. They were not, if they were to see somebody throwing a Molotov cocktail into a building full of people, or if they were seeing people robbing a store, they weren't to do anything about it unless a police officer showed up and the police officer instructed them to help. So it was never an insurrection act in which the military could enforce civil laws. The military could assist a duly empowered law enforcement officer. So it could just take one officer and 100 soldiers, but it takes that one officer to be there to make it legal. Okay? Up here, we can deploy the National Guard without doing the Insurrection Act. The National Guard can't do anything unless a duly, they can defend themselves. So they can all stand in a line, and if somebody throws a rock at them, they can use their riot shields and go in and get the guy because they're defending themselves. They can do, tear gas or rubber bullets or whatever to defend themselves if they feel threatened. But if there's just 10,000 protesters standing in front of them, they can't do a damn thing. They're just sitting there. Now, if one officer says and shows up, that crowd of 50 people are under arrest, well, then the citizens, the soldiers, can go in and help that one officer arrest those 50 people. Okay, that is using civil law and having the military assist civil law. And those people will be arrested by the military and taken to a civil holding, like a jail, or if they set up some other sort of temporary camp or something, or like in a gymnasium because it's winter, and then taken to a civil judge within 48 hours. They can't hold them for more than 48 hours, I believe. And they get in front of a judge and hear their charges read and normally sent off on, bail or something or whatever. Or if they think that they're just going to riot again, they'd hold them under civil law. If you do, you invoke the Sedition Act and that there's insurrection and whatnot going on, the military can take over. Okay, this is right now, because there's this ice storm going, it is Arctic conditions up here. So the 11th Division training in Arctic conditions for operations to make sure that they're all good at it right now has nothing fucking to do with Greenland. It has to do with the United States and the instabilities, it's not yet an insurrection, but the instabilities that are happening in Minneapolis and other parts of Minnesota. I mean, again, are you people fucking retarded out there? And I don't mean Beam Slam here because he's just getting stuff from the news. But are you fucking retarded? Are you really thinking, and I don't know whether those forces, and this is, you would have to look at it, the exercise. I don't know. That may have been planned a year ago. I don't know. When Biden was still president. Like, oh yeah, next year we're gonna do a winter exercise. It's gonna be this and it's gonna be that. And then, oh yeah, there's the sort of, Trump makes some comments about Greenland. Now, if it had been planned, and I don't know the details. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't know whether it's public knowledge or not. Public knowledge. That doesn't mean governments don't have spies and don't figure things out. I don't know if that exercise happens every year or every other year or every 5 years, or if it's rare and they just did it now. But we have this very real, and Trump is talking with the military about dealing with this. What division and units? Or what? They're not going to send some guys from Florida who's never seen snow. Okay? And if they think they are, they're going to move them somewhere and have exercises. If they go, oh God, we're going to use some of the Florida National Guard. We better send them up to Michigan here and train them in the snow in some place where, there isn't trouble right now, and be ready to send them over. So they're going to send, Florida guys up to, how to put on long underwear and how to stand out in the cold all night long, and the 30 below nighttime freezing stuff, and how to do it and not die. Yeah, they're going to have to train these people. So they were training on taking airports and installations. Yes, because if you're doing the Insurrection Act, you have to secure everything from the civil government here, because the civil government is in a state of insurrection. That's exactly what you need to do. And installations is like taking over the local police departments that are part of the insurrection. It's taking over the local government buildings. It's arresting, the governor, because the governor did state something like, we're at war with the federal government. He, I think, used almost those exact words. We are at war with the federal government. Tim Walz. I think it was those words, or words very, very close to it. Definitely war and federal government that were used. So they may need to do that, and taking over an airport. Yeah, because you need to be able to secure an airport so that the airplanes arrive, bringing in the troops, don't get overrun by insurrectionists, protesters, whatever you want to call them. So that you secure the airport, and you make sure the airport continues to function, and you know what's going on. Of course they are. You had to react the threat of invasion. No. Seriously, what percentage? I'm serious. I would love to know. What percentage of the population of Denmark, this part of the population, I'm not talking about Greenland, but this part of the population will go, I will die for Greenland, put their hand up, and are actually going to go get a gun and go face off against the U.S. troops? What percentage of Denmark is willing to die for Greenland? Whether it's the U.S., Russia, the Martians, some Amazonian tribe gets contacted and goes and looks at a map. Man, we're tired of being hot down here. We want to go be cold. What's this Greenland place? Oh, it's full of ice. Great. We'll go take it over. You would. Okay. But what is the percentage of Danes willing to die for Greenland? Not die for Denmark, this part of the country, but die for Greenland. Yes, most another in uniform. Really? Really? You really think most of your soldiers want to die, are willing to die for Greenland? Not die for Denmark. This. So, good idea of a poll. Yeah, I'm really curious. Who would, not everybody's going to die that goes, but let's just say half of the soldiers that go to Greenland, if an American invasion is going to happen, half of the soldiers are going to die, and it is a foregone conclusion that you will lose the war. In fact, probably most of the people that get put on airplanes and ships that head to Greenland will die in the Atlantic because either they'll, or the air over it as they fall into the Atlantic. Because if America, like tomorrow, is going to go, oh, everybody, ha ha, lying, I really was going to invade Greenland, Trump says, ha ha, you don't think we could stop any and all reinforcements any NATO country is trying to send to fucking Greenland? You don't think our submarines would be in place to sink any ships? You don't think our aircraft carriers are going to sink any air flying or any other ships that somehow get by our submarines? That we're not going to sink every single thing? So every single Greenlander soldier who gets on an airplane or gets in a ship is going to die drowning in the Atlantic. How many of your armed forces, if you were telling them, okay, guys, we're going to get on this ship, we're going to sail halfway to Greenland, and the Americans are going to sink us and we're all going to die, do you really think they're fucking going to get on that ship? Do you really think they're going to get on the ship? But how many Americans would die in an invasion of Greenland? Also, well, how many Americans died in the invasion of Venezuela? Okay. Oh, and it's not the military conquest of Greenland is not popular in America. Okay. Don't 2? Okay, Arnold probably has it right. 2 would die. You know, probably more would actually die, Arno, because of the cold. If we were to go into Greenland in the winter, we would probably have a few more that would just get lost in the snow or something and die because of being fucking cold. So we'd probably have a higher casualty rate because of the weather than we would of military defenses. And so this, you know, and this is getting to the next point that I wanted to make today and share with you all. I really wish I was talking to 10, 100,000, a million people. And this is my opinions. The defense of Greenland is very popular in Denmark and Greenland. I really wonder how many soldiers, when your defense is, okay, guys, you line up there and there's going to be an American airstrike and everybody's going to die. How many are going to actually do this? How many are actually going to do it? No, they're not. They're not. I'm sorry. They're all talking big. And here I want to talk about something, not about Greenland here. But it is about Greenland, but it's not about Greenland. There's a recent poll, I don't know how scientific or how effective, that says that Canadians feel that the United States is a greater threat to Canada than China. And I want to let all the Canadians know. And I want to make this clear to everybody out there, to every Canadian. I don't think there's anybody watching from Canada. There might be, if so, hi. I don't hate you, don't dislike you, not really. This isn't an anti-Canadian thing, but I want to make this very clear to the Canadian people and the rest of the people in the world. The greatest threat to Canada is the United States of America. Okay? We are the greatest threat to Canada. I almost thought, I just was getting delayed. I didn't look it up. We have invaded Canada twice. Once prior to independence, or the Declaration of Independence, not just granting of independence. Once when we were sort of rebelling here, we tried to come up, I think, take Montreal and got our butts kicked. This is like in 1774 or 1775 or something like that, before we even signed the Declaration of Independence. We tried to invade Canada because we thought they wanted to be liberated from the British rule, and they said, fuck you, no, and shot us, and we went home. And again in War of 1812, the main cause was British kidnapping American citizens at sea, taking our ships and taking our sailors. But also the people up here thought, hey, it'd be easy to take Canada. We got our butts kicked. We did kick British butt down in the Battle of New Orleans very, very clearly. We kicked their butts all the way back out. And then they burnt our capital too. And the Battle of Baltimore was where our national, Francis Scott Key was captured and sitting captured on a British ship. And in the morning he went out and we watched some of the bombardment. And in the morning he got on deck of the ship and looked out and saw our flag still flying. and wrote the poem that eventually got put to music and became our national anthem. And yes, they burnt our capital. So we sort of kind of got our butts kicked, though we did do enough fighting to convince the British to stop the war, and we did the one battle that we clearly won. They weren't able to occupy or stay very long here. It was a brief battle with the British. We got our butts kicked. We almost went to war a third time over this line here. The U.S. had territory up until like here because it's part of the Louisiana Purchase that even the British recognized. The British had a little bit of territory that is currently here, somewhere in here, that was clearly recognized as British territory. And sort of out here was sort of a bit ambiguous where it was actually going to be. Well, we eventually, whatever parallel this is, the 51st or whatever, I forget, whatever, the 40th, I don't know, whatever parallel this is, I forget. We and this sort of river line here or whatever, that from whatever point. So Britain gave up a little bit of territory. We gave up a little bit of territory south of this river here. And we drew the line here. But we almost went to war over, because we were wanting something sort of like up here. But Britain wanted Vancouver area for it to have a northern Pacific port that it could have for trade and other reasons. So we settled on this line. We almost went to war a third time with Canada. And let me say this clearly to everybody listening to this. And I will explain more. Unless one of two conditions happen, or both of them somehow together, the U.S. in time will absorb, whatever you want to say, all of Canada. Unless one of these two conditions is going to happen. Right now, I'm not saying it's popular as in the majority of people want it, but they've just in like 48 hours have a massive turnout of people vote to put on enough that it's gonna happen. They're gonna put on the question on a popular ballot: will Alberta leave the Canadian Federation and declare statehood? That means sort of independence, with the basic understanding that statehood, that they'll become a state in the United States of America eventually. Probably within months. I'm not saying it's going to win. Okay. I'm not saying it's popular as in most people want it. And some of the polls, though the polls can often be wrong, are saying that it is not the majority. But it's something like 40% or something want Alberta to leave Canada and become America, become part of the United States. I don't know if it's as big in Saskatchewan, but it's also popular there. And the popularity sort of growing in British Columbia, partially because you really can't go around Alberta. This is just too wilderness, too cold, too whatever. So you're cutting this part of Canada off from the rest. And whether there isn't that much loyalty to Canada to go, oh, well, if Saskatchewan and Alberta become states in the United States, we might as well too, as opposed to trying to stay part of Canada. I'm not saying Quebec, Ontario, these people want to become, or Nova Scotia. I'm not saying it's popular out here in the East where most Canadians live. But I'm saying out here, at least in these two provinces and maybe this province, there's a certain popularity of joining the United States. Okay, that's already happening. Whether it's going to become part of America or not, I'm not saying it is now, but it's already popular enough. And if they lose the vote this time, and if the central government continues to piss them off, give it another 10 or 20 years, these people will probably say, well, that enough's enough. If you don't start paying attention to us, we will actually leave. And they also say a lot of the older people my age, are much more pro being Canadian than the younger people want to become Americans. So as the older people die off in 20 years, I'm not talking the next 6 months or anything, but in the next 20 years, as the older people die off, there'll be a larger demographic that's pro becoming, and I'm using the colloquial term, but becoming a state in the United States, becoming American instead of Canadian. We're all Americans, people. We are all Americans. These are Southern Americans, Latin Americans, whatever you want to call them. These are United States of Americans. These are Canadian Americans. We're all Americans. It's all America. We're not Europeans. We're not Africans. We're not Asians. Sure, our people have come from there. There's lots of people that came from Africa down here. There's lots of people come from Europe down here. There's one of the presidents of Peru that was president for a while down there. His ancestry was Japanese. I mean, full Japanese. But his parents and maybe grandparents were born in Peru. So there's a significant Japanese, immigration in the 19th century and early 20th century down to Peru. And there's a, Japanese Peruvian community down there. Yeah, but it's not Asia. It's America. And these Japanese, they're different than Japanese Americans in that these are Japanese that maybe speak Japanese, but speak Spanish. So they're not the same as, Japanese Americans, but these are Japanese South Americans. So they change. They're not the same as people in Japan. They change in different ways. But we're all Americans. That is, no. It's manifest destiny. Since our colonial time period, and this was one of the conflicts. One of it was taxation without representation. One of it was Britain signed treaties with the Indians, particularly on this side of Appalachia, because Britain wanted allies against the French initially until they defeated the French and drove them out of, took Quebec. But even after that, they wanted peace out here. So they signed peace treaties with the Indians. The American colonials, what the fuck? We want the land. It's out there. We're going to go get the land. So there was active British military blocking and would come into a settlement, collect the people, burn the settlement, and take everybody back. That I don't think happened often, but it happened a bit, I believe. And there was at least, I think, one uprising by colonials. This is before independence out here in Appalachia or Appalachia, out in here, that fought the British, actually, killed British soldiers. The British were stopping us. We, from our colonial period, have manifest destiny, which is this. The only thing stopping us from getting Canada was the British Empire, people. The British Empire is the only thing that has stopped, up until this point, the U.S. from militarily taking Canada. And I know the Obama administration and the Biden administration were anti-manifest destiny. I take both those administrations as being anti-American in many ways. But there's a lot of Americans who don't think about it every day, but they don't see the rationalization for Canada to exist. They think they speak English. They're not trying to take Mexico because they speak Spanish, but they speak English, and they forget that there's Quebecois speaking French. They forget that. They think they speak English and it should just be part of the United States. It is not Lebensraum. It is manifest destiny. Manifest destiny does have a religious element, but even the non-religious think it should also be the United States. And they do not see it as conquering, because they're not going to come in to Ottawa and take over territory and give it to some American citizen. They're not going to shoot a bunch of locals. They're just going to come in and, the province of Ontario, it's now the state of Ontario. You get to vote. Yeah, you can run yourself as much as you want internally, so long as it's within the Constitution. Like the state of Maine and like the state of Louisiana. You can do anything you want so long as it's constitutional. You can pass any laws so long as it's constitutional. Meaning you can't have segregation or something because that's deemed unconstitutional. You can set your government up however you want to. One state, is it Wisconsin or Michigan? One state has just one house, one legislature, where all the rest of the state have two, like a Senate and an assembly or whatever they call it. But you can set up your state government however you want. Do whatever you want. So long as it's within the Constitution, you can do whatever you want. So we don't see it as like Lebensraum to kick out the locals so that the Americans can take the land away from the people that are currently there. They did against the Indians, maybe, but in the modern sense, they don't see it as that way. It doesn't have that, and that's why I reject that Lebensraum. Well, I'm just telling you the American philosophy on this beam slam. Whether I agree with it or not is unimportant. It's what the Americans believe. Okay, thanks, you last fish. Hope to see you next week or tomorrow or whenever. Please come back. I'm trying to explain the American ideology. A lot of people don't understand this. And this is not Trump. This is standard American ideology. And we see Denmark, or not, because I just seen Denmark. We see Greenland as part of the American continent, people. Why should there be European colonies? And I thought all of Europe was ashamed of colonialism. Even France, who still has colonies, like this is still France. Guadeloupe is still French to this day. Oh, but we're ashamed of our colonies. I thought Europe was ashamed of colonialism. I'm not ashamed of colonialism. I'm a colonial. Okay? So, I thought Europe was ashamed of colonialism. This is colonialism. This is Europe owning territory outside of Europe. We can talk Iceland. Half of Iceland's in Europe and half of it is out because that's where the tectonic plates, you can see it running right down through here, through Iceland. I'm not meaning this as a joke. Half of Iceland is in the tectonic plates of America, and half of Iceland is in tectonic plates of Europe, and it is slowly being pulled apart, or growing, or however you want to say it. So Iceland's half in, half out. But Greenland is entirely in the Americas. So there is no reason for European control of the Americas. The Americans also have, and we've never abandoned it, so before World War I, during World War I, before World War II, during World War II, after World War II, we've always had the Monroe Doctrine, which is a doctrine initially targeted at Europe, but targets everywhere now, is non-American influence into the Americas is to be militarily opposed, okay? Any increase. And it was specifically stated in a way that, yeah, okay, you can keep that, you can keep that, you can keep that. But don't you dare come after Venezuela, France, Netherlands, Britain, whoever. I mean, and this is one thing that, because a faction in the government will look for foreign allies. Obviously, during the Cold War, it was often Soviet, Cuba, Chinese, Peru. The Sundano Luminoso was a communist movement primarily supported by the Chinese. Chinese communists, obviously. Foreign to the Americas, encroachment on American territories, not U.S. territories, but American territories, was to be and is to be. And if you people out there don't realize this, if the average person walking around in Greenland doesn't realize that whether it's you're going to annex territory or you're going to put a puppet, Castro was a puppet of the Soviet Union. Now, that's why you had the Russian missile crisis over Cuban missile crisis, whatever you say, but putting Russian or Soviet missiles into Cuba, we almost went to nuclear war over that because that was just too far. It got so bad we didn't invade. We weren't going to try to cause World War III unless you were putting nukes into the Americas. So the U.S. has not rejected at any time, under any presidency, including Biden or Obama, the Monroe Doctrine. We have the Monroe Doctrine. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying it's whatever, but it is American stated policy by our State Department, by our Senate, by our presidents, by everybody, that is still enforced. So by that policy is we're not going to kick Denmark out. But the moment Greenland gets its independence, and this is also part of the Greenland issue, is the moment it gets its independence, Greenland now will be part of the Monroe Doctrine, in that we will not allow outside powers to have too much influence in Denmark. I keep seeing this here, in Greenland. So if Greenland were to get independent, and then 20 years later it goes, this sucks, we're going to do a ballot to see if we go back to Denmark. Fuck no. The U.S. will say, fuck no, you can't go back, you've left. If the U.S., they're no for sale. Well, I thought the deal was done. They've announced, NATO's announced the deal for Denmark. For Greenland. I keep seeing in front of me, and makes me think. We'll see what the deal is, but Trump announced that there was a he made a deal with the head of NATO, and the head of NATO hasn't disagreed that they've made a deal, at least a framework. I'm not like all the details, and I can tell you why it needs to be done. I saw a very interesting thing on why the U.S. needs Greenland. Needs, not would be nice. Needs it. And it's not to do with the minerals. Minerals are nice. Minerals are an extra, but it's not to do with that. But it needs Greenland. And I think you're going to give us some of Greenland. Maybe not all of Greenland, but I think you're going to give us some of Greenland. I think that is going to be the agreement. But we'll get back to it. So we still have the Monroe Doctrine in effect, and we still functionally believe in manifest destiny. That is still at our core of Americanism. If that is shocking to you, well, that's your ignorance. We've always had this. This is not Trumpism. This is not, if you want to call it imperialism, fine, but we've had this from before, 100 years before we were independent. We were pushing west across our country. And some of my ancestors were there then. Some of my ancestors did come over around last of my known ancestors came from somewhere in Great Britain. I'm not going to specify, but some of them, the last ones I knew, came over to Canada right around 1900, and then shortly later, right around 1900, again just a few years, moved to America. That's the last that came up. Some of my ancestors came well before independence down into the colonies down here. So my ancestry is American, but it's also British too. I mean, again, some of my ancestors until basically 1900 were, I don't know if any of them directly fought in the Napoleonic Wars, but could have, and so I have ancestry there. So British history is my history for sure up until 1900, but also American history prior to independence is also my family history. So both manifest destiny is still in effect, whether it's manifest destiny does have a religious component, but it's been absorbed by the non-religious too. And we have the Monroe Doctrine. Okay, get back to Canada. Canada will eventually become part of the United States unless one of two things happens. And I want to say this very clearly. Oh, well, you want to claim it? Fine. We'll go to war with you in Norway. Denmark and Norway. We'll go to war. See who wins. You want to fight it out? Fight it, because you want to. Because I do believe the Vikings actually made it to the American territory. So if you want to claim like Maine or something, Vinland, I think that maybe a little bit more Nova Scotia. But I think you want to fight it out. We'll go to war. We'll go to war, and you'll sign a treaty. We'll fight it out. I don't know how well you win, but I don't know how many you'll die. But we'll fight. I'm serious. We'll fight it out. Okay. Canada will become part of the United States. Doesn't mean that we're going to military invade. Doesn't mean we won't. But will become part of the United States unless one of two things happens. Okay. First, if Canada has a protector other than the United States that is a significant military power. Okay. Now, Canada is only allowed, earlier statement, Monroe Doctrine, only allowed to have the protector of the United Kingdom. If Canada ever were to reject the king currently, or if there's a future queen, but the next several line of successions are males, both the next one and the one after it are all males. So if the Canada were to reject the king and leave that as a protectorship of Britain, if Canada were to go, oh, we hate America, we're going to ally with Russia, Monroe Doctrine, we go in and take Canada. Because we will not allow another foreign power to move troops and whatever to Canada. If Canada becomes too much of a puppet of China, we won't allow it. That will trigger an invasion and a conquest. I'm not saying this as what I want, whether I want it or not. I think there's good reasons to have Canada independent. Don't take what I'm saying as what I think should happen. I'm saying what I think will happen. So if it looks like Canada becomes a puppet of some other power than Britain, we will invade. So it needs to have a powerful protector. This is one of the conditions. And that only protector currently is Britain. And it must be seen that Britain is willing to fight, send divisions. Does Britain even have a functional division? I know it used to have a Scottish division and an armored division. Does it still even have a functional division? I've seen Squire talking about how they don't even have anything left. So, but I don't know. I know they have some battalions and brigades, but do they even have divisions? But the United Kingdom is going to have to be willing to go to war with America and fight and die in large numbers and deploy troops. I don't think that's the case, but whether that is or not. So either it needs to have a large protector from America, or the other thing needs to happen is Canada is going to want to not be part of the United States. Okay? To the best of my knowledge, Canadians don't care if they're part of the United States. And when I say that, oh, well, they don't, they'll vote against it. No, I mean, like, are you willing to die to keep America from taking it? So if Canada's trying to confiscate the last of its weapons, and it's not going very well. Canada has disbanded its airborne battalion or whatever. Canada functionally doesn't even really have an army. I know it has some armed forces, but does it really even have an army? Canada will need to go to, and should start now, is 100% universal subscription of able-bodied Canadians. Arm everybody the fuck up. Be sort of like Switzerland. Everybody have an assault rifle at home. Everybody go to the range. Have distributed, RPGs or something equivalent to that, and shoulder fire missiles. They better fucking arm up and show to the world that they will die for Canada, and not just like we're going to stand in front of a line and singing "We Are the World" as they get machine gunned. I'm talking they've got to be armed up and become a militarized state. I'm not talking again the next 6 months, next 6 years. I'm talking the next 30 to 50 years, okay, people? If Canada arms up and nationally determines that we are Canadian and we will fucking fight anybody who comes, and you're really going to have to really kill a hell of a lot of us, because we will go into a guerrilla war like Afghanistan, and we will fight you and fight you and fight you. Fight you from our woods, fight you from whatever, from the snows of Canada. And we are prepared. We have stationed ammunition here forever. We built this up. And if you do that, America won't invade. Because America is not going to invade a nation. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I'm not trying to do some American fantasy of conquest. I'm talking about the realities of people and historical future, how the future history is going to work. Because the biggest threat to Denmark right now, or the Netherlands or Austria, is not the US, is not Russia, is not China. It's the EU, okay? It's the biggest threat to Germany, biggest threat to France. That in time, Denmark as a national state will disappear, people. If you continue down the current trajectory, now things could change, but if you continue down the current trajectory, there'll be a United States of Europe. Yeah, it'll be very different than America, but it'll be a centralized government. It'll settle on its, Strasbourg or something as its capital, or it may have a political capital and an administrative capital, and whatever. The nationalism, the people, the European project is anti-nationalistic. They see, because of World War I, they've looked at World War I and World War II and saw the biggest problem wasn't democracy versus authoritarian, the French democracy versus the Kaiser. It wasn't democracy versus fascism. It wasn't even democracy versus communism. it was nationalism was the big threat. They are anti-nationalistic. They believe the biggest threat to them, to humanity, to whatever, is nationalism. It is not what form of government, what economic structure you have. It's nationalism. So they are anti-nationalistic. So they will do, these are the organizers, they will do everything they can progressively, because they're not revolutionaries, to progressively destroy nationalism, destroy the nation state. And so the biggest threat to Denmark is not America. It is the EU. And they're going to do it quietly, subversively, slowly, erode national power and centralize more and more power in the EU. And anybody who disagrees is deluded, okay? Because they use the word union. They didn't say the European Confederation. I mean, earlier they called it the European Common Market, but now they've changed it into the union. They're going to create a United States, or whatever they're going to call it, of Europe. And it itself will have a certain manifest destiny. Now, maybe Switzerland will keep armed up the fuck enough and say, fuck no, we'll die if you invade us. So they may be able to opt out. But if Portugal doesn't do that, they're going to absorb Portugal. I know that it's already part of the EU. If Norway doesn't arm up, because it is not part of the core EU, I know. If Norway doesn't arm up, and I mean arm up its pop. Hey, Turinlow. Didn't see you here. If you're just good to have you here. But if Norway doesn't arm up, it will be absorbed into the EU. Britain, just because of history, and they got out early enough, and they're an island and all of that, they're probably going to be able to stay out of the EU. But there will be a type of manifest destiny for Europe that if you continue down this current trajectory, it will not allow national states to be independent. It will be a border between the EU and Russia, and the EU and Turkey, or whatever. And everything else, again, like I say, maybe Switzerland, because it's going to say fuck you, and we're going to keep everybody having a machine gun in their home. May be able to. Okay, you've been lurking. Well, good. Hear all my rants. They may be able to opt out because, and in the sense that they won't even try to invade, because they'll have a serious military willing to defend itself. It won't be a threatening military, because they won't. They may have a few tanks now and again, but it won't be trying to, have a huge air force and a huge panzer army to go invade somebody. They'll have some tanks for support and some aircraft for, doing aircraft kind of things. But, it'll be mostly just a populace trained and willing and perceived willing to fight. Denmark doesn't have that. The Netherlands don't have that. They don't even have conscription, as far as I know. Germany, I know, doesn't have conscription. And I think if they were to even start conscription, you would see real massive saying, fuck no, put me in prison. You invade Switzerland? I don't think so, haha. Well, that's what I mean. The EU won't, because they have national subscription and they have national militia organization. So unless Canada is willing to do that, and again, I'm not trying to be threatening here. Hello, Tino Productions. How you doing? I'm not trying to be threatening here. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I'm saying over time, if Canada, as it is continuing, and I've heard some Canadians talk about, especially around when Queen Elizabeth died, what's the point of even having a king? Why do we do this? Aren't we self-governing? What do we need this? Well, if you don't have that, eventually Canada will be absorbed. Now, maybe all peacefully, and maybe with the general consent of the majority of the people, which just maybe, 55, 60%. That leaves 40% that doesn't like it. That may leave 10% that fucking hates it, but isn't willing to, knowing that they're not going to be able to win a military conflict. And just sort of, mourn Canada and wear Canadian flag t-shirts all the rest of their life or something. But the U.S. will absorb Canada. So the U.S. is the biggest threat to Canada. It is not China. It is not Russia. It is not. Well, maybe it's the Martians or some aliens. They may show up tomorrow. The big news next week may be that there really are space aliens, and here comes their fleet, and they've announced that they're going to, conquer the Earth because we're too violent, and they're going to put us all under their administration. That may happen next week. I don't know. 2020 is turning out to be crazy. But the U.S. is the biggest threat. The U.S. is not a natural ally of Canada. The U.S. is only an ally of Canada because of World War I and then World War II. It is not. Mexico is also not a friend of the United States. It is not. It has never been a friend of the United States. It has fought wars with the United States. It has different objectives than the United States. It is not the friend. It is not a friend of the United States. The United States is not a friend of Mexico. And however much they want to pretend and say so diplomatically, we are not. We have announced that we are willing to do military strikes inside Mexican territory against the Mexican government. No, not against the Mexican government, but the Mexican government, meaning the cartels. The cartels are really running the Mexican government right now. That we're willing to strike the cartels in Mexico. And we have just demonstrated that if we do proper planning, absolutely nothing Mexico has can stop the strikes. They might get lucky and shoot down an aircraft or two or a drone or two or whatever, but they cannot stop the strikes. And if they were to start other provocative, action, other provocations, they will only increase the conflict. So if you think America is some benign, pacifist, non-expansivist nation, and this is not Democrat or Republican, because trust me, the Democratic Party has been more into expanding, because the Republican Party did not. The first Republican election that they really ran in was the 1860 election for Lincoln, and basically on stopping the expansion of slavery and possibly eventual getting rid of slavery. Remember, the Republicans are the anti-slaves, are the anti-authoritarians in America. They are not the authoritarians. The Republicans sort of got their anti-communist reputation during the Cold War, but Republicans are isolationists. Not isolation from here, but isolation from here. It is the Democrats who have been more expansive into the territories. It is the Democrats who are more Wilson, FDR were Democrats. It is only the Cold War and the real threat of, Soviet missiles and world revolution that motivated the Republicans to fight in wars out here. The Republicans naturally don't want to be in Afghanistan or Iraq. It was only the 9/11 that got the Republicans worked up enough to go into here, and they thought that these people would also be trouble. So since they tried to assassinate George Bush the Elder, the son wanted to come in and teach them a lesson. But generally speaking, it is not the Republicans who want to do foreign intervention. It is not Trump or foreign intervention outside of the Americas. Trump wants to secure America. So Canada, unless they're fading protector, Britain is both fading and they're fading their closeness to Britain, because Canada tomorrow could say, "Fuck this damn oak leaf. Let's negotiate with England to send members to Parliament. We'll have a bit of a federal system, sort of like there's devolution in that there's an Irish legislature and there's a Scottish Parliament. You have local devolution, a local Ottawa Parliament, a local Alberta, a Parliament or Assembly or whatever. That still may exist, but we're also going to send members to the, Parliament in Westminster, and we're going to create a unified nation. That could save Canada in that it's no longer Canada as a nation, but it's Canada as not the United States. Unless they do something like that, or unless they go, well, we don't really want a Second Amendment, but we want a everybody in the Army amendment, unless they really dig down and really train up and really militarily by force protect themselves, Canada will, and I'll get to the chats here, somebody. So Well, I don't know if anybody should be friendly with the United States. We're fucking Americans. What are you talking about? So Canada will eventually disappear unless they do one of those two things, because America, one way or another, will absorb Canada. Now back to Denmark. I found out, I watched a video that explained why America needs Denmark. It is not because of the minerals. And we need to own at least part of it. I don't know if we need to own all of it, but it needs to be American territory. Because it's not on here, unless this is it. Norway, is this Svalbard? I don't know if Toyjet is still around here or Eric's still around here. But up in Svalbard, right now, there is a ground station that gets that communicates with satellites that are up in a polar orbit. Okay, and there's a lot of satellites up there, and that is the location that we talk about, or we talk with the polar orbit, as opposed to the satellites that are orbiting down here at the equator, because we have a bunch of satellites that are way up at the equator. But those that are up near the polars, it's Svalbard, I believe, the Norwegian-controlled islands that we have. The Western world, not the U.S., but we, the Western world, have a ground station that handles most of the satellite communications up there. Since the end of and it has ended, governments haven't realized it, the rules-based order, and again, the rules-based order ended when Russia took Crimea by force. And what did Europe do? Started to buy even more Russian natural gas and oil and other things. Oh, they may have technically thrown on some sanctions, but they did not, they could have, no trade with Russia. No oil. Oh, we need oil for our factories. No, we're shutting down our nuclear power plants. We're going to rely upon natural gas from Russia, and whoever blew up the pipeline, Nord Stream 2, whoever blew up, I don't know. The longer we go, I say this, the longer we go without a clear who did it, the more I think likely the U.S. And that would have been under Biden, not under Trump. That would have been under Biden before you start hating on Trump. But with the end of the rule-based order, and we see all the cutting of sea cables, oops, by accident in some cases, it'll never be yours. Well, what if Denmark is nuked tomorrow? Say, never be ours. And I'm not saying America nukes Denmark, but what if Russia nukes Denmark and there's no Danes left? Of course it's going to be ours someday. The idiocy of saying never. Maybe not now, but my understanding is Trump did a deal in Davos with the head of NATO, Rutte. And Rutte didn't deny it when asked, in my understanding. That he's done a deal for Greenland. I don't know what that deal is going to be, but Trump wants part of Greenland. Okay, so there's the island up here that communicates with the solar northern satellites. Well, they've been cutting cables, which cuts internet connectivities and cuts connection to the satellites. And because the future will be, instead of digging up the earth, the future will be, and this is future looking, and this is what Trump is looking at, and this is why that never is bull fucking shit. I like you, Beam Slam. Don't take this as any personal thing. And again, you may not like me because I'm an American. You may not like me because of my views. Either one, fine. But I don't dislike you. I'm just trying to explain the realities of the world. The future is space. Okay, people? We're going to mine asteroids someday in space. And I don't mean 500 years from now. Someday, we're going to go into space. We can also, on the moon, get a type of dust that is very hard to get on Earth. They did find some of it somewhere, like in Utah or something. But it's very hard to find on Earth. I forget the name of the dust. But it is necessary, or if not necessary, very useful for fusion energy as we humanity understand it right now. And there's a lot of it on the moon. And fusion energy, if we get that working, is unlimited energy cheaply. And that will raise humanity, not just America, but raise humanity greatly. And he who controls access to it will control effectively fusion energy, supposedly. So we need to go back to the moon. Are we going to allow China or Russia or the Confederation of Africa someday, or whoever, to control that? No, the U.S. will not allow that to happen. The only people to put humans onto the moon, so if you go back to beam slat, well, hey, the Vikings were in America first, so they claim it. Well, Americans were the first onto the moon with actual humans. We're the only ones, to my knowledge, unless there's that secret Nazi base on the dark side of the moon, unless there's that out there, the Americans are the first and only people to get to the moon. So in that sense, the moon belongs to America, part of Manifest Destiny. So we're not going to allow that to happen. So we need a secure polar satellite station, on the ground. One in which we can have much better control of the undersea cables, that we can patrol, that we can maintain to the U.S. Canada will have to cooperate in undersea cables and cables coming across. If they don't, that might trigger an invasion. So future space development. So this is not the next 5, not the next 10 years, not even the next 20 years, but the future. And so we, the United States, and my understanding is, again, to what is, again, this never statement, my understanding is the trajectory, and this isn't necessarily Beam Slam's views or thinking, but my understanding is generally there's been a slow progression towards independence of Greenland from Denmark. Okay, that's my understanding. I could be wrong about it. I'm not an expert on Greenland. I haven't been there. I haven't interviewed a bunch of people. I haven't, I don't speak Danish or don't speak Inuit to watch, other people actually interviewing real people in their actual language, the regulars who don't also speak English, or, because I was having a discussion yesterday with Lum, who's sometimes around. And I'll get to some of the chat here. Don't worry. I'll get to all of the chat eventually. With Lum the other day or yesterday, talking that most Europeans have very little to none contact with average Americans. Okay. The closest thing that some Europeans might get to are dealing with some of our soldiers overseas. Now, those are average Americans who've gone into the military voluntarily, but and he brought up one friend. He wouldn't mind if I shared his name, but I'm not going to. And, well, is he an average American? And I go, no, he is a local intellectual. And he goes, him? Well, yeah, he's a local intellectual. And then another member from Europe in my normal Discord chat. Hey, everybody, we have a Discord channel. You're all welcome to join. You can even, there are a few private channels, but there's also public voice channels, and we sometimes chat for hours. And you get to chat. I mean, it's not like you get to chat with me that I'm so special, but we don't have to do the typing bullshit. You can just talk to me. It's not like that it's special, because obviously you're talking to me and I do pay attention to what you say here, but you can talk to me as well there. And his other friend, well, and again, I forget his friend's name. The friend the one friend that I know well, I could say his name, but I'm not going to. But his local friend that sometimes he's played War Thunder with me a few times, and so I just forget his name again. Have you played with him and heard him? Heard, and I'm going to use that term, heard him, which is a regional American term, not heard, but heard, with a D on it. The way he talks, well, the friend here is a local regional intellectual compared to a lot of average Americans the average, not the lowest common denominator, but the average person in his region. He is an intellectual in his region. He is in his region, he is definitely, if not in the top 1%, definitely in the top 5% of the population for world and general knowledge, outside of local knowledge and things. I'm not saying he's more trained on working, in a factory or working on some technical thing. I'm talking about understanding world history, and understanding different parts of the world. So most of you in Europe, and as well as you in Asia, mostly you're not dealing with average Americans. I believe less than 5% of America ever are tourists in Europe. So sure, you get a few rich yeehaws from somewhere in flyover America or whatever you want to call it, do show up in Europe, but they're the actual minority of people, of Americans showing up in Europe. Because there are some rich enough that it's not expensive for them to go to Europe. One of my grandfathers traveled all over the world. In the very first year you could get into as a tourist, that you could get into China, he was into China. The very first year you could get into the Soviet Union as a tourist, as an American, he was in. He went all over the world. My grandmother talked him out of, and still to my everlasting regret, talked him out of him bringing a gun home from Peshawar for me. Because he was up in Peshawar, in that town, that city where they build all those guns. You've seen some of the videos. He was up there, okay? And this was in the 1970s, people. This was before the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. He was up there. He wanted to bring home a gun for me. Smuggle it home. Literally smuggle it home. And my grandmother talked him out of it. His parents wouldn't want him to have it. Well, why not? And I was young. Well, he could wait till he's old enough, kind of thing. And I found, and what it was a pen gun that is on a store there that shot a 22 caliber, looks like a pen, but has a little tube in it. And you press the thing and it fired a 22 caliber bullet. You can only load one bullet in at a time. He wanted to get that because he thought he could smuggle it, put it in his luggage. This is in the 1970s, before they checked everything and before everything was going through X-ray machines, and it was going to be in checked luggage anyways. And he was going to just put this little pen gun. And because I was already at that age, already shooting the rifle, the 22 caliber rifle at his ranch. So, he wanted to bring home and give me or give to my parents, or, I don't know what age I was exactly at that time. It wasn't maybe I was going to get to keep it in my bedroom or whatever, but for me to have someday, when I was old enough. But he wanted to bring home a pen gun from Peshawar, up there, and his wife, my grandmother, talked him out of it. But he was going to bring it home for me, so I wished he would have. He probably would have not been caught. He was all over. My other grandfather, nope, had no interest. He had the money, had no interest. He wasn't as rich, but had no interest. And when his second wife, so not my step grandmother, his second wife, after my grandmother died, a few years later, he got remarried. Nice woman he got married to. Just whatever. She actually, and she was a bit richer than him, actually does go on a European vacation, invites him along, but nope, has no interest. You can go have fun in your 2 weeks or whatever it was in Europe, but I'm not going. Had no interest in going. It was not. I don't know if it was a fear thing, like oh my God, he did try. I don't think he ever went to the East Coast, but he liked taking trips out to Vegas. That grandfather was actually a pretty good poker player. That's what he would go out and play in poker. He wasn't so interested in roulette or slot machines, but he'd play a lot of poker. Not for anything like high stakes, but at least from his telling, generally won overall. Maybe one trip out there he wouldn't do so well. I know as a younger man, when my dad was a child, they went on camping trips around the western this part of the United States, maybe out of here, but excuse me, not out to Texas or whatever. So he was much more an average American. Had no interest in travel. So Europeans, mainly who I'm talking to at the moment, are not used to dealing with average, normal Americans. Not just low income or whatever, but even people who could afford. I remember one guy I talked to, I knew sort of through work, And one day, he worked for a different company, but he was I won't go into details, but he was a salesman, and he'd come around and for a distributor, come around and in the back break area where sitting down for lunch instead of just at the meeting, he's pulled out his laptop and checking his thing, and I look over, his screensaver, back is Stonehenge. And I start talking to him. Oh yeah, he loves that. And yeah. Oh, have you been? No, I had already been to Stonehenge. Oh, you gonna go sometime? I don't think so. I just it's sort of nice, He wasn't poor. He did have a family. He may go, oh well, I have to, support my. Yeah, but it's not that much money. It's just certain choices have to be made, and he would rather, I don't know, take his family to Disneyland or Disney World or whatever for a holiday, and maybe spend equal amount of money. But the bother of going to see Stonehenge, something that he puts on as his screensaver, is too much effort. So you don't know these Americans. I'm sorry. You just don't know them. And you don't know them because no matter how much you see on the news of an interview of an average American, you're all getting that filtered. You don't understand. So Manifest Destiny, the Monroe Doctrine, America is not trying to take over Greece, okay? America is not trying to take over Greenland, or I say Greenland, but I'm looking at Denmark this time. Denmark in Europe. But the America north of Mexico is definitely part of the American psyche. It is not Trump. It is not the government. It is, if you will, the American people. And it's got to be it's got to be a serious physical, military type blockage that's going to keep it. So Greenland, we'll see what happens, but it is critical for the future space industry that America has a certain amount of control, and so this is another element of it, that why Greenland can't be independent. Not we don't want it, can't be independent, because I forget the date on the article and the quote, though she's the current foreign minister for Greenland, whatever you want to call that. And she was one of the people that came down and did that meeting with Marco Rubio. The woman that was there, I recognize her. She stated, I think within the last year or so, we need to get more Chinese investment, or words to that effect. I don't know whether she said them in English or in Danish or whatever. But she said we need to get more Chinese investment. That alone, if you're not just somebody saying it, but if you're actively trying to get Chinese, if you're trying to, we'll play off the U.S. versus China, who will give us the most money for mining agreements, blah, da, da, blah, da, da, blah. No. Fuck no. And it's not me saying this. You can hate on me, that's fine. But this is not Gamer trying to be some sort of control. No, this is the American government attitude, not Biden's. Biden government, that's fading. It's going away. We just, like in the last, I think, 48 hours, purged a bunch of people from the FBI, high-level people who were kicked out of the FBI because they were too Bidenish. They were purged, and they won't disagree with it. They were kicked out of the FBI. We're getting rid of these people from our government. Now, maybe the next election, everything will change, but I don't think so. We'll see. Things have not always gone the way I thought they will. But over time, we're not going to allow Chinese, Russian, German, Argentine, whoever's investment of establishment of significant concerns like mining or whatever that's going to have foreign nationals, if not being entirely working, overseeing whatever in Denmark. Denmark and Greenland, but yes, in Greenland. That is not going to happen. Denmark will not be allowed, I'm saying this, will not be allowed. So is it independent if it's not allowed? That's a serious question. Is it independent if it's not allowed? Will not be allowed to have serious Chinese investment because of the needs to have the space satellite station. We are not going to allow, U.S. can have its download thing. Well, China doesn't have anything up in the Arctic. Well, we'll let China have a station next door. No, That is not going to be, hello, Bob K., just about the situation in the world right now. It's what I'm talking about. So, and I'm using the map here as a tool. So it's not going to be allowed. The need for future space development, the need for secure communications to satellites in Arctic, in the Arctic orbits needs to be up there. It needs to be secured. One of the descriptions I've heard, I don't know how accurate it is, but Britain owns parts of Cyprus right now. Okay, it owns parts of Cyprus still to this day. They have sovereign base territories. They have a naval base. They have an air base. I think they may not be entirely connected. Some of it is right along the line of control between northern Cyprus or Turkic Cyprus and Greek Cyprus or southern Cyprus. But Britain still owns, as sovereign territory, and is still, to my knowledge, with the agreement at least of southern Cyprus, that these are still British territory, as in extraterritorial, as in Cyprus police cannot go on to, without permission, cannot go on, have no rights to go on to these sovereign bases. These are still owned by Britain. My understanding is, this is my understanding, I don't know that it's true. If next week, a year from now, I don't know, you come back and, again, I'm not saying it's true, but my understanding is we're getting some sort of agreements like that with Greenland, that we're going to own parts of Greenland. It may not even be most of Greenland. It may not be where there's any fucking population of Greenland, Nook and other populated areas. But that is my understanding, is the sort of deal has been done with NATO. And look, if NATO agrees, what is Denmark going to do? Go to war with NATO? Oh my God, Britain and France and Germany are supporting America as taking over part of Danish territory in Greenland. We're going to invade Germany tomorrow. Are you going to invade Germany, Beamslam? You going to put on your gear and get your rifle and go shoot a German border guard? I'm not saying you go shoot an average citizen, but you're going to go shoot a German border guard? Or if that border isn't defended, are you going to go until you find a German soldier or a German policeman and shoot him? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you would, Beamslam. But if NATO says that the U.S. will get parts of Greenland, well, what's Denmark going to do about it? Because Denmark doesn't really have military deterrence on its own. It's relied upon others. Okay, so let me go back through the chat, and then we got to quit this. My voice, it's been a long time, and my voice is getting bad. Okay, let's see how far back I got to go. Greenland is occupied by Greenlanders. It's not a colony. Occupation by British people is a colony. Rhodesia was occupied by British people. It was a colony. Canada is occupied by British people. It is a colony. Even if they declare independence from England, they are still a colony. That's a ridiculous statement. That's a copium statement, as we would say in the modern term. No, Gamer Ruti have no authority to make deals for grain. Yeah, it's illusion and wait and see. Well, I'm just saying, if NATO agrees, if Germany, France, Britain, Italy, Spain, well, Spain won't. Spain is under a communist government right now. Poland all agree that this territory will become is allowed to become part of the U.S. Is Denmark going to fight them? They're going to put on their gloves and go fight them? Go punch somebody in NATO headquarters? Okay, let's see. What's Theomas saying? Weird coincidence, but when I was young, my family thought about moving away from Germany, and the candidates were either Denmark or Canada, but didn't happen. Yep. Trump is a puppet of Putin, so yeah, well, okay. As soon as USA will be alone. Yeah, we may be alone, that's true, but we got a continent. We can be alone on our own continent. Took 90 years to pull off the plan. Not sure exactly what I was referring to there, but I was talking and you're referring to. EU is our version of the USA. is good and bad. Yeah, it could be good for you guys. You may want it. I'm not saying you shouldn't want it. I'm just saying national identity will erode. But these days, the threat from multiple fronts is very good to have. Yes, lurking the whole time. DMS France will never allow to remove France as a nation, even if the EU. Because France, one, we got to realize France are now surrender monkeys. Two, um, the French people will be tricked into thinking that they are, and they will to some degree, will be ruling the EU. So it will sort of to them look like a Franco-German empire. So they will succumb to the EU under that sort of viewpoint. That's my opinion of what will happen, unless they go for Marine Le Pen and leave the EU, maybe stay in NATO, maybe stay in some trade agreements, but unless they politically leave, I'm not talking about trade or other things, but unless they politically lead, and they may under Marine Le Pen or a trajectory from that, unless they change, and this can all change because the trajectories can change. But if the current trajectory of the French government will continue down this path, the EU will take over France. Now, it may look like a French idea, but it's going to happen. Yeah, probably there can be a good amount of death and suffering between. Yes. Hello, Tino Productions. That could surely a viewer. We don't need the bot here. Nobody is friendly to the USA. Poor America. I mean, pity America. Well, both. Yeah, well, yeah, and we got to your never statement. Never is BS. Not for now. Maybe not for your lifetime, but never is BS. Okay, what the fuck? We're talking about kinds of crazy things. Oh, my throat is going bad. I'm going to have to stop in just a moment here. Okay. Reasoning sounds silly. Well, I'm just trying to explain the way I understand things to be. Russia threat to nuke UK recently again. Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, if somehow they nuke enough of Denmark, I mean, you know, not that, God, I don't want it. Don't think I'm some crazy guy that wants to nuke places. Well, maybe a few, but, you know, communist places or something, but not just other places. I mean, we cut gas lines, they cut transmission lines, yes. And this is why I say the rules-based order is gone. It is now, you get to own what you can militarily protect. And that's what you get to own, people. You know, that is going back to history. You get to own what you can protect. And that's the fear we have with Greenland, and will it be able to be in friendly hands? And we're worried about that. Because just think, if America, just think of this scenario. 20 years from now, I'm not talking now, 20 years from now, half of Canada has voluntarily joined the United States. Another part of Canada declares it wants to, but the rest of Canada says, fuck no, we're not going to allow this. And America goes, well, we're going to just protect those that want to become American citizens. And America were to occupy, however you want to call it, but whether it's a military invasion or just simply go in and occupy or whatever. I'm not saying I want this to happen. I'm just saying this scenario. America takes control of the rest of Canada. And Denmark is outraged because this is bad. So we're going to not let you use the satellite station in our territory. Wait, what? You're now an enemy of us? We're not going to allow that to happen. So we're going to need to make sure that a politician or a bunch of politicians in Denmark won't be able to declare that that's not going to happen. And then get the European Union or whatever to send troops to Denmark to defend it. No, this is why the U.S. needs certain territorial rights in Greenland. And I'm sorry, Denmark doesn't get a vote in this. I'm sorry, it does not. It is like how much of a vote Czechoslovakia got over the Sudetenland. When Germany, Italy, France, and Britain agreed that the Sudetenland was going to become German, Czechoslovakia did not get a vote. If America, Britain, Germany, France, and Italy, and Poland agree that some solution is going to happen with Greenland, Denmark doesn't get a vote. What is Denmark going to do? Is it going to leave NATO? Is it going to shoot at Americans who go in to occupy it? Is it going to send its Panzer Division to take Hanover? You know, what the fuck is it going to do? It doesn't get a vote. Or at most it gets a 1 vote out of 100 or something. Now, if all the rest of Europe is united alongside Denmark, that's all of them voting with Denmark to saying, no, this isn't going to happen. But if they all go, yeah, we'll work out the details, but you got it, Trump. And that's my understanding of how the agreement is Trump had a meeting with Rutte. Rutte agreed, at least Trump said he agreed, and Rutte hasn't come out and said that Trump is mistaken. Now, maybe he has while I've been talking or whatever, but there hasn't been an official statement that contradicts Trump's statement that a deal has been done for Greenland. Not that it was going to necessarily all become America tomorrow, but a deal that Trump thinks is winning, you know, Trump's terms, winning, has been done. So Trump thinks he has a good deal. I don't know what the deal is, and it's probably just a framework at this moment with a lot of details to be worked out, but the deal has been done. We'll see, but that's my understanding. Okay, the biggest enemy of the industrialized world is demographics. One of these will not. Well, there's a lot of futurists out there. I don't know what the modern industrial world, what it will be. People are, and a different thing I was watching last night talking about how one of these big AI data centers, not just a data center for communication, but an AI-based center, will take as much electrical energy and water, because it needs the cooling, as a city of 50,000 people. And the person who was sort of running that live stream was going, "Oh my God, this is terrible. These are terrible. We can't do this, because he didn't know anything about this. Oh my God, this is just, you know, crazy talk here. You can't be turning these things on. We can't be doing this stuff." People understand. We're not talking about things today. Yeah, a data center costs that much energy and that much water. They're building, they're probably also building data centers, but just somewhat near me. I mean, hours away, but somewhat near me. I've driven past them here in Arizona. Intel and NVIDIA, or no, not NVIDIA, maybe NVIDIA, but Intel and TSMC are building huge factories that are going to require huge amounts of electricity and huge amounts of water to build chips here in Arizona. They're building them out here in Arizona in the desert. Have fun, but they're doing it. So they're building these things. So these are happening today. But what we're talking about is as fusion energy really becomes a reality, and I think it will someday, whether that means 5 years from now or 50 years from now, I don't know, but I presume by 50 years from now, we will have near unlimited energy. Now we still have the water system, but with energy, you can recycle water and filter it out and blah, 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 blah. So yeah, you just collect enough water, stick it even somewhere in a desert, and recycle and use that amount of water. So the future of industrialization is something I can think about and comment, but not comment intelligently about what it's going to be 50 or 100 years from now. I can talk about geopolitical situations 50 or 100 years from now. in that to secure North America, and that's what I'm looking at. I'm very concerned to having Fortress America, is to have America fortified, and having Canada that isn't either a very, very, very cooperative puppet or integrated into the United States keeps us from having Fortress America. So one way or another, they need to play ball, and that's just, and it's not Trump, it's not the Republicans, it's not the Democrats, it's not Gamer. It's just America, and that's the way it's going to be. I'm sorry if you don't like it, but that's the reality of the future. Hence why Special Force is such a big thing. Startup, notice they have all bitched about base locations, but not its role. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of stuff going on with their, it's. And here's another element. Those that are thinking for America for the future strategically. And these aren't all like Trump supporters. Okay, I'm not talking, I'm talking about the thinkers in the American think tanks, the people in the war colleges, and all these other people. They know, whether they say it out loud or not, they know that political decisions in America change every 4 years, and we could have a libertarian president effectively. Whether he's running under the Republican or the Democrat banner, we can have a Ron Paul type president. Ron Paul, if he got what he wanted, he is fine with the American military. But that military will not set foot out of U.S. territory unless the United States Senate declares a war. He will be fine. Ron Paul would be fine. Oh, the Soviet Union? Oh, Russia? Oh, the Martians are invading Europe? Well, damn, that's a shame. Well, have fun with that. We'll fight them when they come to America. That's Ron Paul's basic viewpoint in a nutshell. Might not be quite that stark, but you get the point. Okay? So, the people that want to secure America's future realize this. So if you make something like Greenland, partially or fully, partial to the territory or all of the territory, United States territory, it will not be up to a decision of a fluctuating government as to whether we defend it or not. Whether we withdraw from Vietnam or we withdraw from Korea nowadays, finally leave all of our troops from Korea. There's a lot of American Republicans who want to get out of Korea. Why are we still there? What's the point? I'm not saying we should. I think since we should be keeping some troops in America. Maybe some of the monetary support for that should come from Korea, South Korea, obviously, but we should have a division or two in Korea. I think we only have one right now. I wouldn't mind having two, but that's me. The American people may decide not to be there, but they won't withdraw from defending Guam because Guam's American territory. They won't withdraw from defending Puerto Rico because Puerto Rico's American territory. They will consider withdrawing from California because Californians are fucking nuts. And maybe we'll allow somebody else to come in and kill all the nutty people, and then we'll drive them out, and that way we'll have gotten rid of our nuts. And I'm only half joking, only 5% joking. But, no, I'm only 95% joking. I mean, there's a little truth to that. But if it's American territory, future governments of America will be obligated to defend it. So if we get sovereign rights over certain segments of Greenland, that means we will have to defend it, whatever other political decisions other presidents want to make. We won't be able to, though we did have Carter, which I don't know why the Senate fucking approved it, gave back Panama Canal, just the canal, which was sovereign U.S. territory, which I think was a mistake, and I think we should take back by military force, if necessary. Take back the canal zone. Not Panama, the canal zone. That was American territory. It was built and paid for. Yeah, Panamanians, but more non-Panamanians died in its construction than Panamanians. So that should belong to America. And yes, Carter got away with that, but that was very unpopular, and even unpopular with the Democrats, the people at the time.
Okay, let me get through the limited emotional development. Okay, I wonder if he had picture old Buddhist statues built into the mountains in the region. You're thinking of Afghanistan. That I'm not exactly sure. No, it's not going to happen. There will not be Chinese investment there. There was an attempt by China, but it was blocked. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying that's a fear of America, particularly with an independent Greenland. It's a fear. There's Danish and U.S. interests are similar. Well, today they're similar unless they're conflicting over Greenland. America wants Greenland, not by military force. That is not popular in America. But if you actually really sort of, Americans don't think about it every day, but if we could buy Greenland, yeah, America would want it. We're having a conflict of interests. Don't forget to build armored cars. Yes, hello. We will see about that for Hoi 4. I would suggest the original treaty will be reviewed and Greenland will ask the U.S. to pay for bases there. Now, see that? No, that will not happen. The U.S., no. Denmark pays America to put bases there to defend Danish territory. This is the thing. Trump got an agreement with Denmark that Denmark was going to do 200, I think this is all correct, $250 million invested to defend Greenland, to improve its defenses. Trump loses the election. Denmark spends about $2 million and forgets the fucking rest of it. That is not going. If you are looking for money for defense of Greenland, fuck you, we will take the island. Now, if you're talking about money for getting, minerals out of the ground, that's different. But if you're talking about money to defend, to put bases, to pay for anything, no, you need to pay us. You, Denmark, need to pay us to defend your fucking territory. If it's going to be your territory, if it's going to be Danish territory, then you pay us, not we pay you. Otherwise, it is not collective security. No, fuck no. And this is I'm saying this and being emotional, yes. But American populists will see that too. If Trump tries to go to the American people, we're going to pay $250 million a year to Denmark to have our bases there. Oh no. No, not just the anti-Trumpers. It'll be the pro-Trumpers will go, no. We might pay the cost, pay for Americans to come in and build American bases, but we are not going to be paying any money to Denmark to have those bases there. We will not do that. That will not be what Trump agrees to. The American populace will not agree to it. The days of America paying for access to bases or something like that are gone. You pay us. We will probably get to a point that not you, Denmark, but Germany will pay America to keep its bases in Germany, or the U.S. will withdraw from Germany. Talk to the German government. Do they really want us to leave Germany? I know there's a faction that does, but does the German government really want? And what? We need those bases in Germany. Why? To defend Germany. The U.S., if you're wanting more money from this, the U.S. will withdraw from NATO. The only reason, well, there's two reasons that we came and did NATO. One was to keep our fucking boots on the German neck. We fought you twice in 2 world wars. We didn't want to fight a third one with you. So we were there to keep our boots on Germany's neck, which we still sort of kind of lightly have today. But it was very, in the 50s and the 60s, it was a very heavy boot on their neck. The second reason was the fear of international communism spreading to Europe and then to the rest of the world, that we thought it was worth saving. The American people are done with defending European borders from other people wanting different European borders. The American people are not in the mood, and I'm talking going forward, are not in the mood. Oh, you mean Russia is taking part of Poland? Damn, that's a shame. We are not in the thing is, oh,
You want us to pay to put bases in Poland to defend Poland? Fuck no. That is not what it's going to be. And so if America needs Greenland, I think, and if the realization is, and here's what and this is what somebody else thought, and I agree with him, a different person that I watched. Trump went to Rutte and said, probably words very close to this, because Trump in person doesn't speak anything like his speeches. If you ever actually talk to somebody who has talked to Trump in person and seen his speeches, obviously everyone's seen his speeches, but talk to Trump in person, he's different in personally one-on-one. He's very nice, very polite, but he probably came in and said, look Rutte, we need these bases and we need these we need this territory in Greenland. We need this. And I'm serious about it. If you don't do this, you don't support this, we will leave NATO. And as several people say, Trump doesn't bluff. Now, sometimes Trump will change his mind. I think if you looked at the pizza thing, they were ordering pizza in the Pentagon. I think he was getting ready to bomb Iran. He got talked out of it, I think, by the Saudis. But he does change his mind, but he doesn't bluff. So when he says something like, we'll leave NATO, I think Rutte believed him, that he was true, and that Trump could leave NATO without being impeached. Because, if Trump tomorrow were to send troops and claim to annex Greenland, he would be impeached by the U.S. Senate. Okay, that would happen. I mean, this is why Trump won't do it. But Trump is a deal maker. Trump knows that he can de facto withdraw all American troops, all American money from NATO, even if the U.S. won't technically agree to leave. But he probably can push it through the Senate to leave NATO. There's enough Democrats that are leftists that would like to get out of it because they want to see Russia in stronger positions. And there's enough Republicans that would agree. And it might not be overnight, but it will be, the U.S. will leave NATO. And I think Rutte believed him, which I think is correct, that Trump will act as best as he can on that thing and would leave NATO. And I think Rutte goes, after shitting his pants, he goes, okay, you can have whatever modified agreement, because Trump is not going, and he promises not to militarily invade Greenland, but whatever his threat was, and it wasn't a threat of violence, but I think it was a threat of the tariffs, and I think it was the threat of leaving NATO. And so I think NATO is decided that who's more important to NATO, Denmark or the U.S.? And so Denmark's going to have to swallow something. I don't know what it'll be. I don't have the details. Hello, Far. How you doing? Are you winning? Well, I hope so. This is some Nazi-based ideas there, gamer. No, I'm not a National Socialist. I'm not doing anything Nazi-ish. Sorry, you have mistaken. It is just manifest destiny. It's not Nazis. I know you have a crazy ruler, but I think most of America don't have these ideas. No. Trump is just an old school New York Democrat. That is how old school Democrats think from New York. Because there are different Democrats in Nebraska. They think differently in Nebraska. Old school Democrats, not the new radical left Democrat. Trump is an old school Democrat. He is not a Republican. So maybe I watch too much Peter Zahan stuff. Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff. He's okay. But I don't know enough to really give a general thumbs up or thumbs down on some of his thoughts. Fusion power in Europe will finally be able to rule the world again. Well, maybe. Lack of energy sources is Europe bad problem? Yes. Oh, it's very bad now. U.S. bases in Greenland is for U.S. defense solely. Well, maybe, but it's if you can't defend the territory, well, we will, and you'll pay for us. We'll just take it if not. Maybe investing in Greenland could be exchanged for access for bases. Well, like I say, for economic things, I'm not saying the U.S. wouldn't pay for it. And I'm not saying that if you give us, and by the definition of what I'm thinking, it will be sovereign-based territory, meaning they will draw on a map a line and say, inside this area is U.S. territory. And inside this area over here is U.S. territory. And inside this, some islands of territory or something like that, probably along the coastline, probably somewhere, and that will be U.S. territory. So that may mean 99% of Greenland is still Danish territory, but you're giving up 1%, 5%, I don't know, because they mentioned it's going to be like the British sovereign bases in Cyprus. It's going to be something like that, in that it's going to be territory that is given to the United States, maybe paid for by the United States, when we're buying the territory. That would be reasonably enough popular that he could get that through the Senate to buy some territory. But as Trump says, to properly defend it, we need to own it. Because either to defend it, we need to see a strategic need to defend it, like, and we only need to defend Greenland from people who would threaten the United States. So we don't need to defend Denmark. We can wait till somebody takes Denmark over and just keep Greenland after that point. So either we need to be paid to defend it, or we need to see it in our national interest to defend foreign territory, which is coming to an end. So we have to have certain territorial controls, not like over the great not like over Nook or some great population area, but over the bases need to be there. You say there's no threat to Greenland. Are you in? Okay. You do understand, do you not, Beam Slam? I'm talking to you personally now. Do you not understand when Trump, the Rutte, Prime Minister Stammer, anybody out there, when they say something like Greenland or the Chagos Islands, they're not just fucking talking about the island. They're talking about 12 miles out to the ocean is the territory. And they're also talking about the EEZ, the exclusive economic zone in the water out there. So what they're worried also about is, and there is a threat to it, is who controls the waterways when the waterways are open, or even when it's under the sea. Will the Russians be able to park a submarine or drive a submarine in territory that is owned by Denmark, but is part of the Greenland territory of Denmark? Can Denmark fucking stop that from happening? So that is a territorial threat to the water spaces above or below, or the air spaces above or below that water. There is a serious threat to access there. It is not just about putting troops in Nook or someplace. It's about the use of the territories up in the north, including the underwater or above water, but out in the seas, oceans, whatever you want to call it, territories. We are worried about those as well. And who controls those? That is under threat, okay? Can Denmark stop Russia or China from sinking an oil well in that EEZ? I do not think Denmark, I'm not talking about NATO, I'm talking about Denmark, could stop either Russia or China from putting, if they found oil there, from putting an oil rig there, or just doing an exploratory rig to see if there is oil up there. And China needs oil. So Danish territory as part of Greenland is under threat right now to this day. And didn't I also talk about undersea cable threats? Okay. Undersea cable threats. Somebody's cutting cables. Yes, there is sort of an international idea that America, first Britain, and we inherited from Britain the idea that there should be innocent, that's part of it, free passage. Okay? Now, modern day terms of innocent free passage includes, hey, you have to have verifiable insurance on that ship so that if there's an oil spill, the insurance company will pay for it. This is why the U.S. is stopping some pirate, if you will, or stateless ships running around the ocean, including out of the Caribbean, out of Venezuela, because they don't have proper insurance, and they could dump all that oil. Those old ships could easily, and we've actually seen it happen recently. Check out the shipping channel. I forget, right, I'm blanking on the what's happening with shipping or whatever. Great channel, and they've detailed all these things. Various ships, including one recently up, sort of in here, up in here. That's aground that was going along and like lost power or something. I mean, I forget what he was saying, and it ran aground. And they're going to take a lot to salvage it and wait till next spring or whatever to get into salvage it. But ran aground. That could have been an oil tanker, and it could have did a huge ecological. What the ship? That's it. Thank you, Lord Polish. Thank you. Yeah. See, I do. There's a lot of other good channels out there to watch. So we do not allow ships. They're not considered innocent passage coming through here if they don't have insurance. Okay, if they're not like a verifiable insurance, it's just some stateless, any sort of ship that could drag an anchor to take out an undersea cable, can do whatever like that, damage like that, as well as just an accident, a deliberate act of sabotage, and if this is in somebody's EEZ and that nation, Germany or Denmark, or an ally, like a NATO ally, hey, there's a undersea something here. We don't like it. We can start throwing depth charges because it is not doing innocent passage. It's not just like a submarine cruising by. I'm saying like hanging around, whether it's hanging around undersea cables or trying to plant a mine under a pipeline, or trying to, I don't know, do some prospecting for, is there some oil or something else valuable down here? We can decide to attack it because it is no longer. And if you try to, communicate with it or something. But if there's a ship floating out here that, has a couple of Russian ships by it and they're hanging out, well, the U.S. or Germany or whoever can attack these ships for doing something in their EEZ. Now, if they're just cruising by, just innocent passage, and does have that term, that's different. And the U.S. believes in freedom of navigation of the seas, not which China has been coming out in the EEZs of Peru and Chile and fishing, and sometimes even going into their territorial waters and fishing, but they've been coming out here, and these guys don't have enough of a navy to protect it. And there's literally, maybe even right now, hundreds of ships out here doing ecological damage because they have tight nets, so they're not like they're letting the young fish escape. They're, because that's some of the idea of some of the big sea fish, deep sea fishing out there is supposed to have nets with big squares so the small fish can get out and breed, but the bigger fish, so you don't kill off the ecology. You're just taking a rake off the top. You're not trying to kill the whole thing. Chinese fleets don't fucking care about it. And so, I know there's a storm going here. So there are threats to the security of Greenland now as I speak. Doesn't mean that there's somebody there now with a submarine, but it is under threat right now. And that, in turn, threatens the United States, okay? Because if Denmark or other NATO powers other than the United States are unable to or unwilling to defend that, no, the U.S. needs to do this. So, yes, there are threats other than the U.S. to Greenland as we speak. That doesn't mean they're flying bombers there right now, but that means that there are threats to that territory, including, like I say, the 12 miles out, and then the EEZs beyond that that buttress up against Norwegian EEZs up like Svalbard, or Russian EEZs, or Canadian, or I don't know if any of them go across the poles or whatever, that get the American from Alaska, the EEZs, the exclusive economic zones. Those territories are under threat right now, including NATO. Ruti and others will agree, if you ask them these questions, you get a proper reporter in to ask those questions, they will agree that there are threats in the Arctic Circle as we speak. Russia could be out there trying to cut a cable, could be trying to do whatever out there. So there are threats. So don't give me this, there are no threats. That is a European greenie argument that, oh, hey, people are all just the same. If we just get rid of the bad dictator, everybody will just live peacefully in the world and we'll have green energy. And yeah, those people are insane or actively trying to destroy society. And they know there's threats. They're just trying to hide them and to destroy it. You gotta ship unstuck out of the Northwest Passage, yes. So yes, that's currently going on. There's another ship off Canada or Greenland. Yeah, I know they're up there. Theo Mask. So yeah, and it could easily be. Looks like building Fortress America is the strategy. That's what I'm saying, Theo. Theo. I know it's more Tho, but Theo Mask. I like that better. Tho Mask. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, it's. I want to build Fortress America. I want to build Fortress America. It's not that I want to take away somebody's property rights here in Nook, that they own a house or they own a business. It's not that I want to, deny, somebody's personal liberty. It's not Lebensraum, and that we got to clear away the people currently so that we get to live there. No, it's, it is, like I say, eventually I think the U.S. will absorb, and I use the term absorb because it may be willingly, Canada someday, and again, not next week, not next year. We might in a few years get Alberta, but and maybe Saskatchewan and maybe BC, but I'm not saying an aggressive military invasion. Someday, but it's not to take away somebody's, business rights up here. That they own a business, that we're gonna, like the Russians came in and took away all the German, industry or whatever. No, it's not Lebensraum. It's not get rid of the people. Oh, sure, I sort of want to get rid of all the recent Islamic people that are moving in there because I see them as a threat, not because I want to deny them property. It's I see them as a threat, and whatnot. But the average Canadian, no, they get to okay. They get to use American dollars instead of Canadian dollars. It just, very little would change. And it's not a Lebensraum. It's not a stealing. Now, I'm not saying it was different with the Indians. Now, the Indians, I know I should quit because I'm talking too much here. It's too late. But Scheinbaum, the current cartel puppet that's the president of Mexico, very recently gave a speech belittling, Spain showed up like they brought civilization to us. That's bullshit. The civilization was cannibalistic. They ate people. They liked eating people. They thought buttocks was the best part of the person to eat. They ate fucking people. Cannibalism was common, common down in the Mayas, as well as the Aztecs. So they may not be primitives of the Plains Indians or something. They may have built big stone cities, but they're fucking cannibals. Civilization is partially, yes, building cities, civil cities, that has that root. It's building, and this is why I think you can use the term cultures or other things, but when you start like talking about the Plains Indian and you put the term civilization, I reject. We want to talk about the Plains Indian culture, because I don't see them as civilized, because you need that sort of structural civilization. Where the line is could be a bit blurry. But the modern day sort of uncontacted tribes that are somewhere out in here, they're not civilized. It's not a civilization. It's a culture, maybe a very old culture, but it's a culture. It's not a civilization. There might have, in theory, be a civilization here, that existed. The Aztec up here were to my not just human sacrifices, but large amounts of cannibalism. The Inca, to my knowledge, didn't do the cannibalism thing at all. To my knowledge, I may be wrong. And some of the earlier pre-Inca, whatever, the Nazca people that did the Nazca lines that are pre-Inca, I don't think they were cannibalistic. They were different. But Spain comes in and stops for all the bad that went on with the Inquisition. Stopping that cannibalism and other stuff is more good than whatever bad the Spanish did do. And Spanish did do bad, but the greater good was stopping that ongoing cannibalism and that other stuff. So I reject the idea that Spain didn't bring the sort of enlightened civilization. If you want me to add that word enlightened, I will. Enlightened civilization to Mexico or the peninsula here, because some of the stuff is down in Guatemala and whatnot. But Spain did bring enlightened civilization, the civilization of the Renaissance, to it. And yes, it got very bloody, and there were some very even after control, they came in and massacred a bunch of people because they came out and found out they're still doing cannibalism. So they came in and wiped those people out because they thought they were irredeemable. Because they weren't just, no, don't do that again. And when they left the next day, they knew they were going to eat other people. So they just, fuck this. We're going to, if you're going to continue to be cannibalistic, we're killing you. Because we're not going to allow that to practice to happen. And so we kill this one village or city or town or whatever. And they massacred most of the people there in one case. And anybody else starts doing that again and we hear about it, we're going to come and do it to your town too. So stop it. So, yeah. It's that kind of thing. So let's see. I want to round up. Okay. Also looks like extended planning for post-NATO world. Yeah, I don't know how long NATO will continue. I'm a supporter of NATO. I am not one that wants to withdraw from NATO. Personally. But that is definitely a thing. Just have to see the ongoing mess between China, the Philippines, with the Philippine EEZs. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Theo. I like Theo, but whatever. That's what I'm talking about. That Russia is bogged down into Ukraine, so it's only doing a little bit of stuff here. But if it stops being bogged down, doesn't mean that it conquers Ukraine, but it stops being bogged down, it's going to start pushing in other directions. And China is already pushing. And China wants to become a superpower. Right now, it is only a great power. There is only one superpower, it is the U.S. There are other great powers. China is one of them today. It is a great power. It is not a superpower. It wants to be a superpower. China, its mentality, does not really want to be a colonial empire like Britain or something. It doesn't want to rule the world directly. It definitely, like you say, wants to have a very big footprint around here. And things that it thinks it needs here, it's willing to take by force. Okay, everybody. Thomas. Okay, Thomas. Sorry, I just read that now. Got down to that. So I was breaking up Theo Mask. I was thinking, okay, Thomas, I guess it's Thomas K or something. Okay. Hello, Alexander. Didn't expect I'd learn something here. Well, that's what I hope to teach both. Well, one of the core elements of my channel is lessons from history, which is different than history lessons. Sometimes I will give you history lessons, but it's what does the past, the history, give us lessons that we need to apply today. And so, like I say, understanding the American ambition for the American continent, it's there. It may be dormant in some ways, but it's there. And so I'm just trying to inform as well as entertain. So please, everyone, remember to subscribe or follow depending on the service you're on. Next weekend, next Saturday and Sunday, I have something to do starting at 11 locally here. I'm going to try to wake up and get up early and start like 2 hours early. So, and I'll be just sort of short from like 8 to 10 a.m. my time here. So an hour or 2 hours earlier than I normally start. That is my hope to be able to do that. I'm going to try. my best to do that. So I should be back next weekend, but earlier and a shorter time period, not all this ranting, just play some. So just keep that in mind. There's something I do need to do Saturday and Sunday, late morning, early afternoon. So yeah, probably won't be back. And of course, tomorrow back for War Thunder, maybe a bit of chatting, but lots of Panzer driving or other tanks. So thanks, everyone. Thank you, Thomas.